That's the red one. That is Sam Kersey. We will separate these cars in the heat races. The Thunderstocks will run by themselves and the Sport Compacts will run by themselves. Brad Berry wants everybody to spread out a little bit before he gives them the go signal. But for the features, we will run them together like you're seeing them on the track now. First session of hot laps ready to get underway here at Evans Mills. Chuck Pavelchuk stopped over there in turn number 3. Multi-time feature winner here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. Let's hope that's just a misfire and nothing too serious on that. He's had a few dings on that car so far this season. They always manage to bring it back in pretty good shape. Chuck also campaigns at Brewerton. Has won multi-feature races there. He has a wide resume of victories under his belt. So let's hope they can get the 16 going. And already you've probably seen Amanda Defoe in the 61 has turned it on. She means business here tonight as she is finding a fast way around on the outside, no less. And that's usually a good sign for a car here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. Well, that'll bring an end to hot lap session number 1. Bridget DeMarsh getting a little bit out of shape over in turn 4. If time allows, we will be bringing these cars back for a second hot lap session. If there's anybody that wants to get a second one in, we always give at least one to all of the classes. We have 5 different classes that compete here every Saturday night. 2 of them you see on the track now with the Thunderstocks and the Sport Compacts. And usually what happens is the pit steward will go up and down saying who wants a second time out, and if there's a number of drivers that do, we usually are able to get that second one in. We will be starting our opening ceremony somewhere around 20 after 6, and at 6:30 we expect the green flag to drop on heat race number 1, which I believe we're running the Thunderstocks first and then the Sport Compacts after that. And then, as I said, we will combine them for the feature. It's Christmas in July night here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. We got a lot of special festivities for that. It's also a bike night. There were well over 20 bikes down there when I last counted, and that was a while ago. I'm sure there's a bunch more down there now. Those are all going to be given away tonight here before the night is over. So a special night of activity. Cascanet Ford is our year-long sponsor here at Evans Mills Raceway Park, but they have also chosen tonight to act as the evening sponsor. So we'll be mentioning Cascanet Ford a lot. They have really been good to us here. Well, we got some 8-cylinder hot laps coming up. That is Craig Harrith coming out onto the track first in the number 1. Craig is out of Fort Plain, a very strong runner here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. Randy Brunel right behind him. Randy has won multiple races. Still trying to get that modified program untracked here in the last few weeks. Brad Winters driving the number 92 from Lisbon. Brad's not quite a weekly competitor, but pretty close. The 006 is Corey Tremblay. There's the number 8 of Kevin Warren, the 64 of Scott Dinsler. Right down here in the front stretch, the Ken Tibbles Roofing Cars. There's a hot shoe for you, the number 3 of Joe Papin. He ripped off 3 wins in a row. Did not win the last time out, but he's one to watch. And from Binghamton, the 49 of Caden Rogers. This is hot lap session number 1. There will be another for the modifieds. Hot lap session number 1 in the books, and if the transponders are working properly, you get the lap time up on the top of the scoreboard there. That last one was Caden Rogers, 15.114. Believe it or not, that was not the fastest. Craig Harrith, 14.890. Very rare to see these cars get under the 15-second mark, and Craig kind of smashed that. So the number 1 looking very strong, but a good outing for Caden Rogers in the 49. Most of the other cars hanging in that 15.2 to 15.6 range. And we'll keep an eye on this next group as they come out. Good field of modifieds here tonight. It should be a full field for us. Anything in the 16 to 20 car range we consider as a full field. It's a good number for this track, and that's about what we have here tonight. Tony Pettinelli has come so close to winning here in the number 2 NY, but he has yet to pull one off. but he runs up front. Jeff Sharkey out there in the 66. Jeff has been very competitive here the last few weeks. Does a lot of work on that car. You've got John Ramsey in the black number 25 going into turn 3. John out of Rome, New York, and has been racing with us just about every week, as has Levi Arthur in the 65. He's only missed a couple. Levi out of Constableville. Jeff Pringle's been running very strong in the 96. Just hasn't been able to keep it up front. That one will be fast. And look at this. Dylan Bancroft is back, driving the number 29. He was here opening night. They had bad luck right on the opening lap. And so we're going to see how Dylan does tonight. He's hoping to get a full night of racing in the number 29, the black number 29. 29, a popular number here. The 96 on the backstretch is Steve Sherwood. He's been running strong. And the winner of the last modified race here, Andre Rogie, driving the 03 Andre out of Casterland. It's hot lap session number 2 here for the Cascanet Ford Modifieds. Looks like Andre Rogie's one of the faster ones out there tonight with a 15.073, the very last lap that he turned. Several laps in the 15.1, 15.2 range with a lot of cars out there. Tony Pettinelli had a couple of good ones in. The 96 of Jeff Pringle, as we've noticed, he's been running real strong. And he seems to have that car dialed in. Steve Sherwood as well. Might be a lucky night to carry number 96. We've got two fast pilots out there. We do pay attention to the times during warm-ups, but they don't necessarily mean a whole lot. The track is hot right now. The whole thing is different. It'll change as the night goes on, and a lot of times the cars that are fast during warm-ups get them out onto the track with other cars, put them in a competitive situation. Sometimes that changes, but it's good to know who is running well and who you can kind of keep your eye on as the night goes on. Even the ones that didn't necessarily get the times that they wanted, they will take it into the pits and they'll say, it's not doing right in this turn, I got a little bit of a push, I'm a little bit loose, adjust this tire, that tire, and they'll make a bunch of changes and come back out here and things change up in a hurry. Kyle Wirtz is our first car out in the number 23, and he has been a pretty solid runner here the last few weeks. He's won a couple of races. Kerry Carr right behind him in the number 12. Matt Hoff from Stittsville, Ontario, Canada. here for the first time this year in the number 7. He's a strong runner. The 84, the orange 84, is Evan Thomas. Jaden Hall is driving the blue number 29. Camden Cooks had a rough few outings. He's been one of the faster cars, but he's gotten himself in a bit of trouble the last few weeks, hoping to stay out of trouble tonight in the number 14. Braden Malbuff driving the number 10. Those are two of the youngest drivers out here right in a row there, the 14 and the red number 10. The lime green number 10, that is Chris Malbuff. Chris is kind of the master of this particular class, knows his way around, works on a number of the cars. He's a hard one to beat. And here's Joel Hall out here this year campaigning the number 33 Legend. Just picked up that ride a few weeks ago. This is the Chrisman Fuel Service INEX Legends class here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. Looks like Jaden Hall's got a little bit of body repair he needs on that trunk. And they threw the caution flag to get him out of harm's way, as that could have very easily come off at the wrong time. Well, that's your Chrisman Fuel Service INEX Legends class. We got a dozen of these tonight. That's a pretty good field for us. And several of them running pretty well. It's a learning curve to drive these cars. Very short wheelbase, 1250cc motor. Most of them Yamaha motors. Running on a spec tire that we have here at the racetrack. Matt Hoff in the number 7. This is their first oval race of the year on the first tires that they bought for that car, and it's their first visit to Evans Mills Raceway Park this year. So it'll be interesting to see how they do in that car. Kyle Wirtz is in the number 77. We missed that earlier. Kyle out of the Brownville area. So a pretty good hot lap session for them. Some of the younger drivers in that field just trying to get some experience under their belt and catch on a little bit. Jaden Hall in the number 29, Kerry Carr in the number 12. Every little bit of experience helps. They keep working on the cars, trying to get them to handle a little bit better, and it's fun to see these young drivers coming up through. Most of the drivers in the Legends field, very young. Not all of them. Chris Malbuff is probably the father figure, I would say. We got late models coming out here next. The XS Storage Pro late models, the other 8-cylinder class here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. Generally looking at about 350 to 360 cubic inches on the motors. They can go as far as a 58 to 60% left side weight, depending what kind of motor they are running. They turn about a second slower than the modifies, which you won't notice once they get out here. That's Chuck Meyer out there in the number 28. He is a former feature winner, as is Tyler Papin in the number 50. And we've got a new driver here tonight in a new car, the 721. And if you hear that number, yes, that is Taylor Caprera out there to compete in the late models tonight. James Kaya, also a feature winner here in the number 3. And Randy Brunel has brought his late model back. We've been waiting all year to see this, and he's got it here tonight, so we're going to see how he can do. XS Storage Pro late model. Hot laps coming up next. Well, one thing about these XS Storage Pro late models, you may have noticed that they can be a boatload to handle, as several drivers heading into turn 1 getting out of shape. Looks like there's a fresh coating of traction compound down there. That is that black stripe from turns 1 to 2 and 3 to 4. It's a special compound that we put down on the track to help make that outside lane stick a little bit better. And a number of drivers not only getting into that, but getting a little higher than that. Chuck Meyer being one of them as he goes into the pits now in the 28. He about lost it over there. Taylor Caprara also got sideways. I said there's a second difference in the speed. That is wrong. It's a half second. And there were a couple of low 15s out there as well in the late models, so some of those cars running very well. Riley Gill, also a competitor each week in the number 57. Riley does not come out for hot laps, partly because he works on so many of the other cars. But when he comes out, he is tough to beat. So out of the 6 late models we have here tonight, 4 of those cars have won feature races. Taylor Caprara has won a number of feature races in his career in the modified here, as has Randy Brunel. Now, I don't know when the last time the 007 would have been raced. It's pretty hard to find a place to race an asphalt late model here in the whole state, much less the North Country, which is why we're trying it here every week at Evans Mills Raceway Park. And we got 6 of them tonight. Here comes hot lap session number 2 for the Thunderstocks and Sport Compacts, and it looks like we got 3 of them out there ready to try it again for you. Well, Billy Madison out there, Billy out of Carthage in the 00, had a little bit of fun over there in turn 2. Has done a massive amount of work on that car on 4-banger Nationals night. Got hit from behind, and then he ran into the guy in front of him, and it didn't look that bad, but it broke the strut, and when that happened, everything behind it broke as well. He had to wait a long time for parts on that, and that just shows us what we have seen many times here. A car gets involved in a wreck and it doesn't look that bad, but it's multiple damage and a lot of dollars, and you just don't want to see it. However, Billy back in action tonight for the first time since 4-banger Nationals night. We got a few more 8-cylinder modifieds going to come out here and crank it up for you for their second hot lap session. And yes, we do have a band here tonight for entertainment. Special night here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. So for the drivers that wanted it, hot lap session number 2 in the books. Boy, I love hearing the horses underneath the hoods on these cars when they come by under the yellow flag. You can just hear them murmuring down there, ready to roll. 350, most of them 350s. There's a couple of 358s, and again, depending on what motor combination they run, is how much weight they're going to carry. Usually 2,600 pounds. Maybe a little bit more than that. Occasionally, a few might even pop up to 27. The track management here at Evans Mills Raceway Park doing an excellent job at evening these cars out, and it has given the Sportsman modified drivers across the North Country a lot of confidence to come here and run, knowing they're going to get treated right in the rules package. And a lot of drivers that had kind of given up on being competitive here have decided that they can come make it after all. And we have 16 modifieds tonight, and that's actually a good number. 16 competes well here on the track. We've had more. A couple months ago we had 21 modifieds out on the track, but barely half of them finished, as we had an awful lot of cautions that night. A lot of times when we have 16 cars, they run wheel to wheel, toe to toe, and pretty much everybody makes it to the end. Well, Matt Hoff has decided to come out and try it again in the number 7. They have been racing that car on road courses in New Hampshire. This is the first oval track race of the year for them. And Carrie Ann Carr out of Pulaski just wants to get all the experience she can. This will be her 3rd or 4th week out, not sure which. Started racing about midway through the season. Hot lap session number 2 for the Chrisman Fuel Service INEX Legends completed. A nice long green flag run for drivers of the number 7 and the number 21. Matt Hoff in the 7. Carrie Ann Carr driving the number 21. Carrie's grandfather, Jack, used to campaign a super modified at the Oswego Speedway back in the day, the 06. And I am told that Jack used to hot lap that car here at Evans Mills Raceway Park occasionally to get some practice time in. So if you hear me announce that our Big John Burr Classic Weekend is the first time super modifieds will have been on the track, that's not exactly right. Jack Carr has been on this track, but it'll be the first time we have had a competitive race here. That's September 16, the grand finale to the 2023 racing season. Super modifieds with the wings. the International Super Modified Association and the Midwest Super Modified Series. Well, it looks like the late models are going to give it another go here for hot laps. So some pretty good times getting turned in from the number 3 of James Kaya and the number 50 of the Redwood Rebel Tyler Papin. Both of those cars feature winners here this year. James Kaya just a few weeks ago, and that gave him a pretty good shot of confidence. He needed that. And he says tonight he's got new tires on again. He's feeling pretty good about his car. He thinks he's going to do well again tonight and getting in all the extra time that he can. Tyler Papin. It's been a while since Tyler's been in victory lane, but earlier in the season he had the car to beat in the number 50. Those of us who are regulars here at Evans Mills Raceway Park, seeing 6 late models out there feels pretty good to us when we've only had 3 or 4 just about every other night. If you're a newcomer here tonight at Evans Mills Raceway Park, welcome. We're always happy to see people come to the racetrack for the first time, and I know a number of people will be doing that here tonight, given the opportunity to cash in some coupons from some previous activities that have been held here at the racetrack. Our feature races tonight, the cars that you just saw on the track, the Excess Storage Pro late models, they will be running a 15-lap feature race. The Legends cars, because there are 12 of them, when there are 12 or more, we increase the feature race to 20 laps in length. So you're going to see a couple of 20-lappers here tonight, the 4-cylinder Chrisman Fuel Service INX Legends, as well as the Thunder Stocks and the Sport Compacts. Our big feature of the night, the Cascanet Ford Modifieds. Cascanet Ford, our big sponsor here tonight. Certainly thrilled to have them with us all season long, but especially tonight as they are taking a big role in helping us present this program. 35 laps for the Cascanet Ford Modifieds, and that will, if they can stay green, it'll go by a whole lot faster than you might think. Usually at this time of night, the drivers gather together for a meeting just outside the mechanics building, which is right behind the pit grandstands, and when we're talking, they can't hear. So we're going to go quiet up here till the drivers' pit meeting is over, and then when we come back, we will commence with our night of racing. Welcome once again to Christmas in July and August here at Evans Mills Raceway Park.
Test. Test, test, test. Test, test, testing. Test. Test, test.
Well, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the Evans Mills Raceway Park on our Christmas Miracle Night. I'm your co-public address announcer, Jay Schimmel.
My name's Keith Zaire.
It's been a few weeks since we've seen everyone. We're glad to be back racing this weekend. We'd like to welcome all of our regular race fans, plus a warm welcome to whoever returning from the 2 Extreme Monster Truck Show with your free tickets. We hope you enjoy the show and will return next week.
And you folks have picked a great week to come out tonight. A lot of specials. It's our Christmas Miracle tonight. Back in the Midway, we're giving out gifts to some of the nice children tonight. We expect that that's all of them. Kids will be glad to hear it's bike night. Some of our lucky young fans will go home with a bicycle tonight. And there's also a motorcycle show and shine back in the Midway.
Lots of great events here happening tonight. All this is brought to you by our good friends at Cascavel Ford in Carthage. Whether looking for a new or used vehicle service to keep that ride running smooth, Cascavel Ford is what you need. Stop and see them on Route 26 in Carthage. You can visit them online at cascavelford.com or call them at 315-531-4629.
On the racing front, we've got a full card, the Cascavel Ford Sportsman Modifieds, excess storage, pro late models, Crispin Fuel Service INX Legends, and Sport Compacts and Thunderstocks, all here for their weekly show tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we ask that
You are able, and remove your hats as Pastor Bob Sly offers tonight's invocation.
Dear Father, once again, I am so grateful for knowing you and thank you for being with us tonight. We ask your protection on the drivers, their pit crew, and all those in the stands and Evans Mills workers, and all our servicemen and women and family, and those who are fighting the fires in Canada. And we would desire a closer walk with you for our nation. For our nation needs you. In the name of Jesus, your Son. Amen.
Thank you, Pastor Bob. Well, we have a competitor from Canada here tonight, hopefully a few fans. We are honoring you up in turn 1 with the Canadian flag and the playing of the Canadian national anthem.
Thank you, and please remain standing. We're going to have you direct your attention to 3 places tonight. Our American flag up in turn 4, on the front stretch, and to the young lady next to me. On the front stretch, we are tonight gathered by the Indian River Marching Band, directed by Ashley Trudell and conducted by Hunter Dockstader, and will be performed in performing the American National Anthem, which will also be signed by Angelino Raulino next to me.
Much, and a special thank you to the Indian River Marching Band. How cool it is to have a live band play the national anthem for us, and they are going to have some halftime entertainment for us, I'm told. Speaking of Indian River, got a faculty member from there here today. Special welcome to Mark and Tony. We'll leave it at that. They know who I'm talking about. Glad to see you guys. Also, happy birthday to Bruce Money. Bruce is a member of Pastor Bob Sly's Southern Gospel Band, and I think Pastor Bob has a giveaway tonight to the winner of the modified feature. We'll be talking about that later. Also want to wish a special 30th anniversary to Dale and Colleen Sharkey. I believe that happens tomorrow. And they're here every Saturday night watching their son Jeff compete in the number 66, and we are glad to have them and wish them 30 more if they can get it together. Glad to have you folks with us each and every Saturday night here. And a special thank you to the Evans Mills Ambulance and the fire crew, as they are here each and every Saturday night ready to help us whenever we need it. We are wishing them a nice quiet night watching from the corner of turn 1 up there, and we hope they have a good evening as well. We will be getting underway shortly with our first race of the night. We have heat races for each of the divisions, 8 laps in length. The Thunderstocks will be starting with an 8-lap heat race. There are 8 cars altogether. 4 of them, if they finish in the top 4, will qualify for their handicap points, meaning that they will get their handicap starting position. The top 4 finishing in this heat will likely be the top 4. Unless there's some kind of points penalty that they are given, they will likely be the first 4 that you see starting at the front of the feature race. So when we tell you how many cars are going to qualify, that's what we're talking about. But all of the cars will be back for their 20-lap feature later on this evening when we combine the Thunderstocks and the Sport Compacts together. A lot of special things happening tonight as we have a whole bunch of giveaways. The Christmas in July program that's been a popular theme here in the North Country. Can-Am Speedway did it a couple weeks ago, and then we ended up hoping to do it last week, got rained out, so we're just going to do it here tonight. And also the bike night, which is a very popular tonight here. Our starter tonight is Brad Berry. He's on the starting stand right now. He'll be waving the flags for you. If you've never been to a race before, green means go, yellow means caution, something is wrong on the track. The blue flag, which We don't always pay a whole lot of attention to that, and neither do the drivers sometime, and they're supposed to. The blue flag comes out for a slower car that's about to be passed by a faster one, usually a lap car that's going to get passed by the front of the field, and that is their warning that the rest of the field is coming up behind them fast. You'll see Brad wave that blue flag to let them know that whatever you do, don't change your line on the racetrack now. You've got fast cars coming up behind you. The black flag is the consultation flag. When that flag waves at a driver, that driver needs to go to the pits to find out why he has been sent off the racetrack. Sometimes it's an equipment problem. Other times it might be a disciplinary thing. It's whatever the track officials determine at the time. Red flag means stop. Something serious has happened. We need everybody to stop where they are. Or there's a problem on the track. We need you to stop at a certain place. White flag is 1 lap to go. The race starts on the next lap, or the race ends on the next lap, whichever applies, and the checkered flag goes to the winner of the race. He'll be a busy guy down there on that starter stand. You'll see him communicating with all of the drivers and playing around with those flags all night long. We will be, or at least we have been, we will be taking a photo down front of all of the heat race winners just in front of the starter stand. And then we'll take our intermission break, get our entertainment from the Indian River Marching Band, and then we will be interviewing the winners of our feature races down front. We have a 50-50 fund here at the Evans Mills Raceway Park. Those are those red tickets being sold down front right now. And you can, for $1 for 1 ticket or $5 for 10 tickets, you can buy a chance to be in that drawing. Half the proceeds go to the track, the other half goes to you as the lucky winner. Our jackpots have been anywhere from $300 to $1,300. So obviously, the more tickets you buy, the bigger the jackpot. So make sure you get in on it, as those 50-50 tickets are being sold right now and will be sold throughout the rest of the night. We will probably draw the winner after the modified race. That is generally when those tickets are drawn. And those will be the prizes tonight for that. Just waiting for heat race number 1 to come out. I expect it to be our Thunderstocks. We have 8 cars in the Thunderstock class tonight. And some pretty strong runners here deciding to come back and give it a shot tonight on Cascanet Ford night. I drive by Cascanet Ford every night on my way to the racetrack. I'm amazed at the inventory they have there and the number of cars sitting out right by the road for you to look at and purchase. And they are our main sponsor here for the race program tonight. The call has gone out for the cars to enter the racetrack. On the pole out of Brownville, it'll be Ryan Wirtz driving the number 66. To his outside, Michael Marcinko out of Watertown. He'll be driving the M1. Marcinko in the M1. Inside of row 2 is David Page out of Gouverneur in the number 20. Page driving the number 20. And Mike Greenfield, a multi-time feature winner here in the number 17, the black number 17. He is on the outside of row number 2. Another multi-feature winner right behind him, the number 11, will be on the inside of row number 3. That is Kevin Greenfield. Kevin Greenfield in the number 11. And the other number 11, that is Justin Burns coming back. Justin out of Lafargeville to give it a shot for us here in the number 11J. Good to see Tim Greenfield back. Tim was running in a demolition derby a couple of weeks ago. We haven't seen him for a bit. Tim is down here driving the 73T, the orange 73T, and Jared Gilson driving the 22. Gilson in the 22, and it looks like Justin Pope might be here. That's a late arrival, and that's a strong car to watch, the number 27. At least that's the name on the roof. So that's who we're going to say it is until we're told different. Rick Fuller in the number 27. Rick Fuller, that was a quick correction. Thank you for that. So 9 cars for heat number 1. 4 will qualify for their handicap spot in the 20-lap feature race, which will be the first one up after our intermission. Ryan Wirtz has been running strong in the number 66, but he's had a little bit of a problem getting to the finish. And he feels like he's got a really good car underneath him. If he can keep it together for the right number of laps, he thinks he will be the guy to take that checkered flag. He's got a lot of stout cars behind him. Greenfield in the 17 has been tough. Kevin Greenfield in the 11 has been very strong. Justin Burns is always tough. Tim Greenfield in the 73 is competitive. And with Eric Fuller out there, that's Eric in the number 27. Imagine he might show a little bit of moxie as well. So this one's kind of a toss-up. They will be joined in their feature race by the Sport Compacts, but for the heat race, they're out there by themselves, and they'll find out who's the class of the field here after 8 laps. They'll start the race somewhere between those 2 orange cones that are down there in turn number 4. Brad Berry keeping an eye on them. Here's the green flag as we start our racing on another night here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. And Mike Greenfield on the outside has got the hammer down. Took a wide approach into turn number 1, and so far making it stick. There goes Kevin Greenfield to the low side of the number 20 of David Page. And it looks like it's going to be a Greenfield show here as Mike Greenfield takes the lead after lap number 1. Kevin Greenfield going to work to the outside of Ryan Wirtz. And looks like Kevin Greenfield going into turn number 3 takes over spot number 2. And now they're going to battle it out, Mike and Kevin here as they come down the front stretch. The two brothers have certainly been the class of this field here in the Thunderstocks at Evans Mills this year. It's generally been one or the other of those two. And Mike loves it when he can hold Kevin off, but he might not be able to do it this time as Kevin Greenfield's going to take the lead down the stretch. And we've got a new leader. Got a spin up there. Marcinko is out of shape. And the caution comes out. Michael Marcinko doing a real number on our orange cones. In fact, he's dragging one underneath him still, as he got out of shape just coming out of turn 3, got off onto the grass, and they're going to need to set both of those cones back up. I don't think Mike knows that cone is under there. So we get a momentary halt to the action here. It looks like they're going to stop Marcinko up in turn 1, get that cone out from underneath. Three laps in, 5 to go, and already Kevin Greenfield showing the muscle that he's been showing all year long. Not only is Kevin Greenfield the class of the Thunderstock field, but the Sport Compacts, which are normally faster cars, sometimes Kevin Greenfield finishes in front of them as well. So he's had a very strong year. Well, our track worker getting a little extra gymnastics work down there to get that cone out of there. Justin Burns kind of in a hurry to get to pit road. Had to hold your breath a little bit. There's a guy on the track down there. So they'll get those set back up, and we will start again. It'll be a double file restart. Mike Greenfield has, in the number 17, has been getting some good starts when the green flag flies again after an initial start. He certainly got a good one during the heat race. Mike took a nice wide approach to turn number 1 and took the lead. I don't know that that'll work with Kevin, but you can bet that he'll try it. Justin Burns comes back out of the pits. He will have to start at the rear of the field. He's got a long way to go to get back up into a qualifying spot. David Page in the number 20, the last car to hold on to a qualifying spot right now. And as often happens, a little bit of rubble kicked out onto the track when a car gets to the infield. They'll get that cleaned up, and then we'll be good to go. These cars are basically stock all the way around, although I'm told by the drivers that the rules have opened up a little bit since this class got started. There is a different tire rule for the Sport Compacts as well as what there is here for the Thunderstocks. But they have been remarkably competitive this year in this class. This is A good starter class to get going in if you are thinking of wanting to be a race car driver someday. The Thunderstock's kind of a reasonable way to get started. And if you can beat either of these two guys up front, then you know you're the person for the job, as Kevin and Mike Greenfield pretty much have covered the field rest of the way. It looks like Mike's playing a few games up there in that spot number 2, maybe trying to psych out his brother Kevin on the inside as the green flag comes out. And again, Mike Greenfield gets a good start but doesn't have enough muscle to get it done on the outside. Ryan Wirtz peeking down low on the inside, and here comes the 27 of Eric Fuller. That's a fast car back there. The halfway point is up. 4 laps to go. Kevin Greenfield up front, and a little bit of a mix-up down here. Eric Fuller gets around. David Page has trouble on the right front tire. As we'll see, I think the caution's going to have to come out for that. So we got a second caution in our first heat of the night as David Page on the backstretch. Had some smoke coming from that car, and Justin Burns is going to go pit side again. Something not right in that car. And they are going to have to send David Page to the pits. They'll tell him down there what they saw. Got himself a little bit out of shape going through, well, right down here in the front stretch, actually. Eric Fuller had to take some evasive action. There is fluid on the track, but we're hoping it's just water, and that will dissipate soon. If it's oil, then we got a nice big delay, but I don't think that's what it is. So we'll see if Justin Burns can come back out in the 11J. That puts Eric Fuller into a qualifying spot. We know the car's fast. We'll see if Eric can drive it fast. Ryan Wirtz doing all he can to hang on to that third qualifying spot. They will double up the field on the back stretch. Mike Greenfield will have another chance to put away his brother Kevin on the restart. So we started with 9. We're down to 7 at the moment. We'll see if either Page or Justin Burns can come back out of the pit area, as Brad Berry waves the white flag, and that means that the next time out of turn number 4, they'll be looking for the green to go racing again. We are halfway done. 4 laps to go in heat race number 1, our first one of approximately 8 or 9 heat races you're going to see here tonight. And the green flag comes out again. And Rick Fuller thought about going 3 wide down there, thinks better of it, now gets down beside Rick Wirtz and the Ryan Wirtz rather, in the number 66, but Fuller is going to take over the 3rd spot. Kevin Greenfield with 3 laps to go, working up a pretty good lead again. And then it's a little ways back to brother Mike and a little ways back to Eric Fuller. Some competition in the back as Marcinko and Tim Greenfield are side by side. That's where the racing for position is right now, at the back of the field. Greenfield with the advantage, Tim Greenfield that is, and he gets a little bit sideways over there in turns 1 and 2, manages to gather it in, and Marcinko goes back by. Here's the white flag, 1 more lap to go. Kevin Greenfield, if he keeps it hitting his marks and if the car keeps running, it looks like he's got this one down. Checkered flag in hand, and here comes Kevin Greenfield. He will take the win. Mike Greenfield crossing the line in 2nd. Eric Fuller finishes in 3rd in the number 27. Ryan Wirtz in the 66 ran strong. Couldn't hold the spot up front, but he does get the qualifying spot number 4. Then Jared Gilson in the number 22. Mike Marcinko in the M1. And Tim Greenfield in the 73T having a bit of handling issues out there. He'll go to work on that. And that concludes the heat racing for the Thunderstock class. Sport Compacts are up next. We'll get a quick photo with Kevin Greenfield down here in Victory Lane in front of the starter stand. Our sponsor tonight, Cascanet Ford, will be appearing in each of these photos. Sport Compacts are next. Here's Jay Schimmel.
Thank you, Keith. We want to wish a happy 29th birthday to Ryan Wirtz, driver of the 66W in that last heat race. Happy 29th to Ryan. We got a couple other birthday wishes we'll pop out here during the modifieds, it looks like. Up next will be our Sport Compacts. We have 6 cars entered. 8 laps will be our distance. Sport Compacts are very similar to the cars you just saw, but they have a little more modifications they can do to their cars. They will be combined for the feature at the end of the evening, and we should get a good group of about 15 or 16 cars. If you haven't got your 50-50 tickets yet, the crowd looks really strong tonight. It would be a great time to cash in on the 50-50 win. The price of the gas is going up. It might be a chance to get a couple free tanks of gas. Maybe a couple. Coming out of Speedway now are our Sport Compacts, starting on the pole, driving the KLA Property Management Quality and Precision Pump and Dale and Bonnie Dingman Legal Shield Craft 836 Cantina Bruzy Default Chassis Black River Livestock Henry Construction Car number 10. That is Bridget DeMars. Starting outside in the 17S, driving the Chuck's Towing out of West Monroe. That's Sam Kersey. Starting row 2 to the inside, the Rabbit on the Mission. Best Boy Auto, Elbar Technology. 2 guys from Italy, Matt Tracy Snap-on, that's Chuck Paulchek out of Castana, New York. To his outside, driving the P1, the KLA Property Management, Rumar Vinyl Design, Ken Tibbles Roofing. That is Justin Coachman in the P1. Row 3 to the inside, picked up a feature win earlier this year. Driving the RG Performance Row Men Wear Pink Oxbow Country Store, that is 00 Billy Matson. The outside of Billy making her first start on the season. That is a 61 of Amanda Defoe. Amanda Defoe goes away in the 61. Looks like we're missing one car. That would be the 17 of Chuck Pavelchuk. He had some problems in a heat race. Unfortunately, it looks like it might be too much to overcome. If he can get it back out for the heat race, he definitely will. Keep your eye on that Defoe ride in the 61. She's not afraid to get that car up on 3 wheels. That left rear, if she's humming along pretty well, will pick up off the track. Here comes DeMars and Kersey. The green flag is out. And here comes Defoe making it 3 wide into turn number 1. Dirt tracking it around 1 and 2. We've got 5 cars battling for 1 spot down the backstretch. Here comes Coachman to the outside now. DeMars has it back out of it. They're 3 wide for 3rd. Down the front stretch, it's a drag race. It's going to be Justin Coachman takes over the top spot. Kersey riding in 2nd. DeMars holding strong in 3rd. Billy Matson in 00. Now here comes Defoe to the inside. She's looking to take over spot number 4. Justin Coachman on the low line. Last time we raced, he was our feature winner. He's looking to go back to back. Now here's Defoe. She is trying to get through this field. She's going to take an inside look on the 10 of DeMars. Down the backstretch, she's going to get that spot. Now she's going to be working on the back of the 17S of Sam Kersey. Justin Coachman has checked out on the 2nd place runner of Kersey. We're going to come to halfway, 4 laps in and 4 to go. And Defoe now makes her move to the outside. She's up to the 2nd spot. Keep your eye on that green number 61. Halfway home. Defoe now has got 4 laps to go to make up about 10 car lengths on Coachman. Maybe about 2-second gap. Let's see if she can close it. Coachman coming out of turn 4 on the low side. Defoe right in his tire tracks. And she's cut the lead down to 1.6, so Defoe's on the mission. 3 laps to go. Does she have enough time to catch Justin Coachman? 2 laps to go this time by. Defoe loses a little bit of ground that time coming out of turn number 4, excuse me. The lead down to 1.4 seconds. Here comes your leaders out of turn number 3. Going to take the white flag. One more lap around. Justin Coachman running into point position right now, but Defoe is catching him. She's got a half a lap to do. Watch it down the backstretch. She'll throw it in deep in turn number 3. Will it stick? She gets a little out of shape. It's going to be Justin Coachman. Takes home the heat win, followed by Amanda Defoe in the 61. Sam Kersey will finish 3rd in the 17S. 4th place goes to Billy Matson in the 00. And Bridget DeMars is having some trouble back there on the entry to turn number 3. So how about that, ladies and gentlemen? Amanda Defoe on a hard charge from the back of the field to the front. This should be quite a show later on in the feature races. Here's Justin Coachman down front, getting his picture. He's going to look to take over, try to go back-to-back in the Sport Compacts later on this evening. Up next will be our Cascanet Ford Modifieds. Looks like we have 2 heats in our Modifieds.
So Justin Coachman picking up where he left off in our last race here, which was 3 weeks ago. Coachman winning the Sport Compact portion. Amanda Defoe in the 61 didn't waste any time getting untracked. You can bet the adrenaline is flying for her. This is her only time here this year. She is a traveling nurse based out of Kansas City, Missouri. On vacation this week. Came home to New York to visit some friends and made sure she got here in time for the races tonight. And you could see her, those of you who have a seat where you can look into the car and kind of watch the driver, she was messing around with that steering wheel quite a bit. So either it was the line she was taking or maybe it's not handling the way she wants. But as Jay said, that's going to be an entertaining feature race when the Sport Compacts and the Thunderstocks run the track together. Earplug time, folks. It's 8-cylinder Cascanet Ford Modifieds out there running now, 350 cubic inch engines, about 350 to 400 horsepower, depending, give or take a few, 10-inch American Racer tires, and a whole bunch of pretty classy suspension parts to get these things to hug low to the ground and go fast. John Ramsey leads the field in the number 25. He is driving the car out of Rome, New York, the Nice Car Storage Hotel Marsh's Auto Repair car. On the outside of him, a regular competitor from Malone, it's Randy Brunel. He brings 3 cars down. Randy is the driver of the Brunel's Body Works 007. Inside of row number 2 is one of the other 3 Brunel cars. That is Corey Tremblay. Corey out of Plattsburgh, New York. And that's in the Northern Blacktopping Brunel's Body Works number 005. On the outside of him is Jeff Sharkey out of Oswego. Jeff in the number 66. Sponsors on that car, J&S Paving, Pullins Plumbing and Heating, JP Flippin' and Chicken, and Gene and Sandy helping Jeff Sharkey get around the track here tonight. Caden Rogers, very young driver out of the Binghamton area, and he had some fast times during warm-up, so we'll see if Caden is still at it. And the Rogers Crane Rigging Reagan Company's Blading Service Unlimited, number 49. Craig Harrith was super fast on the outside out of Fort Plain in that number 1. Richardson and Sons, New Vines, Napa, NTC, RB Enterprises. And the last row, out of Casterland, Andre Rogie in the 03. He was the winner of the last modified feature race here. And on his outside, his first time back after opening week, that is Dylan Bancroft out of Copenhagen. They had massive work on that car. The entire front clip had to be replaced. They were waiting for parts, and they finally got it back together. Dylan going scratch on the first heat race of the night. The green flag is ready to fly. Here we go. Randy Brunel trying to keep pace with Ramsey. Brunel gets pushed up wide. They all make it through turns 1 and 2, and Corey Tremblay moves to the inside of Randy Brunel. Caden Rogers showing that early speed in the 49, trying to get down low on the Brunel car in the 007. Sharkey caught on the outside in the 66. You got Andre Rogie in the 03 right below him. A lot of racing going on in the middle of the pack right now. Sharkey to the outside of Rogers in the 49. Andre Rogie down low, and Craig Harrith after being the fastest car out during hot laps, is stuck back there in the 7th spot. He is looking for room. Brunel goes by Tremblay. There goes Caden Rogers diving down low trying to get through. Rogers to the inside of Tremblay, and he may have it done as they go into turns 1 and 2. Rogers has a short track around. Here comes Andre Rogie right behind him, following the 49 of Caden Rogers. Corey Tremblay trying to hang on for all he's worth as the halfway sign goes up. 4 laps left to go, and we got a massive gaggle of cars at the back of the pack. Now Craig Harris finally breaks loose. He needs one more spot. 4 cars will qualify for their handicap start. Right now, Craig Harris is not one of those 4. Andre Rogie holding the last spot out there in the 0-3. John Ramsey has walked away with it so far up front. He's got 2 more laps to go. Randy Brunel, a strong second, and Craig Harris wants that next spot up. He wants that handicap starting spot, and he is working hard on Andre Rogie to get it. Here is the white flag. It's going to be between Andre Rogie and Craig Harris. Rogie starts to skid a little bit going through 1 and 2. He's out of shape. Craig Harris might have an open door. Can't quite get there. It'll be John Ramsey taking the win. Randy Brunel finishing second. Caden Rogers a strong third in the number 49. Andre Rogie barely hanging on in the 0-3 for that last qualifying spot. And that means that the rest of the field is going to have to start deep in the feature. That'll be Craig Harris in the 1, the 29 of Dylan Bancroft, Jeff Sharkey in the 66, and some bad luck out there for Tremblay, and there's a little bit of communication going on between Sharkey and Tremblay right now. And you can bet that the race director is telling them just calm it down and get it back into the pits. We'll go from there. John Ramsey looking very strong. John out of Rome, New York, driving the number 25. And nobody had anything for him in heat number 1. He has yet to win a feature here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. He's got a good start on his way to competing in one tonight. Winner of heat number 1 here. And heat race number 2 up next.
Well, kids, we have a friend down front. If you haven't noticed, our friend in green. Mr. Grinch is down there handing out a little candy, a little sugar. Mr. Grinch. Keep everybody awake. We'll play some Grinch music for you. Oh, Mr. Grinch got some dance moves.
I'd dance too if my shoes were 2 sizes too small. Look at that.
142 days until Christmas, boys and girls. 142 days. Oh, not happy. Mr. Grinch says no to that. Have some spirit, Mr. Grinch.
You're a monster.
Heat number 2 is out on the Speedway for our Cascanet Ford Modifieds. Starting on the pole, that is the number 65 of Levi Arthur. Levi's out of Boonville, New York, to his outside. Driving the Ken Tibbles Roofing, car number 8 out of DePaulville, Kevin Warren. Row 2 to the inside, also from DePaulville, driving the Ken Tibbles Roofing, car 64. That is Scott Dinsler, teammates of Kevin in the 8. Starting 4th out of Ontario, New York, in the car number 96. Driving the top-notch flooring, Knucklehead Craft Brewing, Myers Brothers Ingredients. That's Jeff Pringle in the 96P. Starting row 3 to the inside out of Redwood, New York, that is Joe Papin in the car number 3. To his outside, Tony the Tiger Pettinelli out of Rome, New York, driving the number 2 NY. Making up the last row, out of Binghamton, New York, that's the number 96 of Stephen Sherwood. And to his outside, the number 92 NY of Brad Winters. We got a special message for Brad. Braden Pelkey, who would like to wish his poppy, Brad Winters, a happy birthday. So happy birthday to Brad Winters from Braden Pelkey, who might just be our next flagger here at Evans Mills. Green flag gets out. And a good start by Kevin Warren on the outside in the number 8. 2 by 2 by 2 by 2, 4 rows deep. And now Levi Arthur pulls ahead in the 65 by a nose. Here comes Pringle behind him in a 96. And Levi Arthur clears now. Jeff Pringle in the 96 right second. Tony Pettinelli up to third in the 2NY. Kevin Warren holds on to the last qualifying position in the number 8. Brad Winters gets around Dinsler in the 64. That is for spot number 5. He's got to make up one more spot to reach the qualifying transfer. The top 4 will qualify in the handicap. At the front, here's Jeff Pringle to the outside showing some muscle. And he blows by Levi Arthur in the 65. He's going to take the lead here on lap number 5. Completing lap number 5, that is. Halfway home. Single file, your top 4 cars now, 5 cars. Pringle, Arthur, Pettinelli, Dinsler. Brad Winters is sitting in the odd man out in position number 5. Sherwood and Dinsler battling side by side. That is for position 6. And Joe Papin, one of the strong runners here, riding last. We're going to have a couple fast cars outside the qualifying transfer positions. He is stuck behind Dinsler and the 96 of Sherwood. Jeff Pringle has checked out on Levi Arthur. He's got almost a second lead on the 65. White flag is displayed one more time around. Jeff Pringle in the clear. Levi Arthur riding second. Pettinelli and Warren, your top 4. Checker flag is out for Jeff Pringle, followed by Levi Arthur, Tony Pettinelli, Kevin Warren, your top 4 qualifiers. Brad Winter, Scott Dinsler, and Joe Papin bringing up the field in 8th. So we'll talk about cars that qualify into the handicap. The top 4 in the modified heats are qualifying. Our handicap procedure here is a little confusing, but it's not too bad. If you just qualify in the top 4 or 3, we'll take your last 3 weeks of finishes, average them out, and whoever has the poorest average will start in the pole. Whoever has the best average will start at the end of the qualifying cars. If you are one of the first ones out, the best you can start would be 13th. So Jeff Pringle picks up the heat win. Up next will be our our XS Storage Pro Late models.
Well, thank you, Jay, for going through that handicap process. I've been trying to understand that since the beginning of the year. They say a 4th grader could understand it, and I say run out and get me a 4th grader because I can't make heads or tail out of it. But that does ensure the competition happens at a reasonable level here. The Grinch claims he's out of candy. I don't think he had any in there to begin with. Somebody told me he wanted to be in a race car tonight, and they wouldn't let him, so he's mad about that. Here are the drivers that are allowed to be in race cars. This is the Chrisman Fuel Service INEX Legends class. I messed it up earlier when I didn't have the classes in the right order. These are the legends, and on the pole out of Evans Mills, Devin Thornton driving the number 39. On the outside of him, also from Evans Mills, Jaden Hall in the 29J. Hall in the blue car. Jaden's father, Joel, is in the number 23. We show him starting on the inside of row 3. We'll see how they actually finally do line up out there. The orange number 84 out of Watertown, Fort Drum employee, that is Evan Thomas in the number 84. Kyle Wirtz has probably been one of the hottest drivers in this class in the number 23. He is a multi-time feature winner here this year. And out of Canada, Matt Hoff crossing the border, their first oval race of the season. And the first time they have bought tires for that race car, that we have a different tire rule here than they do on the INEX circuit in New Hampshire. So we'll see how Matt can do. But he has been a strong runner in the past. And choosing to start at the rear of the field, Carrie Carr in the number 21, and she continues to improve each and every week. And we have 8 laps around. The top 4 will qualify as the green flag comes out, and already Wirtz. Kyle Hart looking to the bottom in the number 23, and Joel Hall says nothing doing as he cuts him off. So Thornton with the lead, Hall in second in the 33, and Kyle Hart continues to work that low side. Matt Hoff gets underneath Jaden Hall. We got a yellow as Kerry Carr is in the grass over there just off of turn number 3. An early spin for the number 21. That car has improved a massive amount since it first came out. And Kerry had never driven a standard shift before. They had to teach her how to drive it. She's got that part figured out. Now it's just a matter of getting into the groove on the racetrack. And she has been showing a little bit more speed each week. Well, they just delivered some refreshments up here from the refreshment stand. I got to tell you, folks, the French fries and the hot dogs are great. I can vouch for that. And Coca-Cola Watertown, one of our sponsors here tonight, that ice-cold Coke is going down really good. You'll have plenty of time to get in line for the concessions. White flag is out. We'll be racing the next time around. Devin Thornton competed here several years ago. Won a lot of races as a young man, and then he took quite a few years off. Came back this year in the number 39 and was running pretty strong for a while. And then when he won a few weeks ago, it had been a long time that he'd been in victory lane. That was a heck of a celebration. But when you win one, you want to get another one. And Devin Thornton right now in the driver's seat in this first heat race of the night for the Crispin Fuel Service INEX Legends. He's got a fellow Evans Mills competitor out there in the 33 car, as well as the 23 of Kyle Hart. Those are all Evans Mills drivers up front. Kyle Hart gets a little loose coming out of the turn, and both Joel Hall and Matt Hoff go underneath. Matt Hoff looking strong in the number 7. Took a little extra time in hot laps out there for their first oval track race of the season, and it looks like they've got it dialed in as Matt Hoff is going to work on the 33 of Joel Hall. Hoff to the low side, and it's awful close down there. They make contact. Hall keeps the second spot. Hoff running in third. Meanwhile, up front it is all Devin Thornton in the number 39. Halfway home, 4 more laps to go in heat number 1. And Matt Hoff all over the number 33 of Joel Hall. Kyle Hart right now in the number 23 has got that last qualifying spot. And then it's a ways back to Jaden Hall, Evan Thomas, and Kerry Carr in the number 21. The battle is for 2, 3, and 4. They are bumper to bumper all the way around, and Matt Hoff is working over the number 33 of Joel Hall. But Joel Hall is a many-year veteran out there, and he is not going to feel threatened. If you got to get by him, you got to do it as a racer, not as somebody who's going to push you out of the way. And they have closed ground now on Devin Thornton. We are coming up onto the white flag lap. 1 more to go. Thornton in front, Joel Hall in second, Hoff in third, and Kyle Hart fourth. And we got a spin right down here in the front stretch. That is Jaden Hall in the 29, and that will bring out the caution. Yellow flag. We have 1 more lap to go. Jaden Hall in the 29 was showing quite a bit of speed out there. One of the younger drivers in the field. Joel Hall is his father. Joel used to drive the number 29 modified and was competitive in it. Saw the fun that Jaden was having in the Legends class. I was talking earlier to somebody on pit road who claimed that as a parent they were having more fun watching their son race as a driver than they were themselves, and Joel Hall is one of those. He says, man, I am having fun watching Jaden race. I'm going to get me one of these cars. I'm going to race with him. So Joel Hall out there in the 33, Jaden in the 29. The two youngest drivers out there right now, that would be the two at the back, Jaden Hall and Kerry Carr. Jaden with quite a bit of go-kart experience. It's been a learning curve for him getting into these legend cars, but he is showing improvement each and every week, as is Kerry Carr. That car doesn't seem to be running right for her. Something's maybe not quite right in the 21. One more lap to go. It's a one-lap shootout to the finish. White flag is out, and all four of those front-running cars are in a qualifying spot, but they are going for the win. Matt Hoff on the low side of Joel Hall in the 33. 2 turns to go. Devin Thornton up front. The battle is for second. Here they come. Hoff to the inside, and Matt Hoff at the line gets it by about a foot over the 33 of Joel Hall and the 23 of Kyle Hart. So Devin Thornton. Oh, there is a mix-up there on that backstretch. Sure hate to see that under a caution. I don't know what happened with that. Thornton had slowed down as he is working his way up to the victory photo spot here, and hopefully that was just an inadvertent tangle back there and didn't cause any damage. So Thornton, Devin Thornton, takes heat race number 1 for the Chrisman Fuel Service INEX Legends. 6 cars to run heat number 2 for the Legends. They'll be up next.
Hope everyone's enjoying their night here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. Couple more heat races to go. We'll go into a short intermission. We got some giveaways. That'll start after intermission. We'll be joined on the front stretch by the Indian River Marching Band for some holiday Christmas music, or Christmas in July and August, if you will. And then after intermission, we will start with our features for the evening. Second heat of the Chrisman Fuel Service INEX Legends will be out momentarily. Of course, brought to you by Chrisman Fuel Service right there in Carthage, New York. They offer heating oil, propane, and diesel for other residential, commercial, and agricultural customers. Heat number 2 in our Chrisman Fuel Service INEX Legends will be led to the green flag, driving the FX Caprera CDJR Gamble Spray Foam Snap-on Tools out of Threesa, New York, driving the 12B. That is Brody Beckwith. Tools outside from Evans Mills, New York, driving the Dallas Sealing and Striping LLC Small Beginnings Daycare to Nicola's Lawn Care 2K Livestock Intensity Racing from Evans Mills. That is Brayton Malbuff. Row 2 on the inside, driving the Flax High-Rise Concrete Restorations Last Call Bar and Grill, Meeks Trucking and Plowing, B&T Construction and Masonry, Roof to Rails, Home Inspection from Evans Mills, New York. That is the 14 of Camden Cook. Row 2 to the outside, driving the 01 out of Lafarge, New York. That is Cody Draper. Row 3 to the inside, driving the Dallas and Sealing Striping LLC Small Beginnings Daycare 2K Livestock Dinicole's Lawn Care Intensity Racing out of Evans Mills. That's a 10M of Chris Malbuff. And to his outside, driving the 77W from Brownville, New York, that is Kyle Wirtz. Kyle Wirtz in the 77W. 6 cars, 8 laps will be our distance. Beckwith and Brayton Malbuff we'll start on the front row. Brayton, of course, the nephew of the 10 of Chris Malbuff, starting back there in spot number 5. Here they come through 3 and 4. Green flag is out. Ooh, out of shape a little bit. Beckwith in the 12, but recaptures it as they head into turn number 1. He's on the low side. Brayton Malbuff upstairs. He's going to lose that position to Beckwith into turn number 3. Malbuff dives in hard on the outside. Here comes Beckwith to the inside at the stripe. It's going to be Malbuff. And here comes Camden Cook to the inside, rides the curb. And he's going to go drag racing down the backstretch with Brayton Malbuff. And here comes Chris Malbuff falling in Cook's tire tracks at the stripe. It's Cook followed by Brayton and Chris. And Chris, just like that, will take over spot number 2 from his nephew. Beckwith holding on to spot number 4. 4 cars do qualify into the handicap. Single file now, your top 4 cars, 5 cars make it. And now Chris Malbuff takes a look to the inside of the 14 of Cook. Those two have gone head-to-head week after week after week. 4 laps to go. Cook is getting all sorts of pressure now from the 10 of Chris Malbuff. Malbuff takes a look to the inside. Cook to the outside. Keep your eyes at the front of the field. Side by side, out of turn number 4. It's going to be Chris Malbuff who's going to lead lap number 5. Brayton sitting there in 3rd position. Right behind your leaders, Cook and Malbuff. And now the field starts to gather up a little bit. Here is Cook to the outside with a run. Brayton Malbuff right behind his Uncle Chris. Down the backstretch, they fan out now. Single file, your top 5 cars. Chris and Brayton Malbuff, 1-2. Cook riding in 3rd, and Draper now up to 4th. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go. The Malbuff family out in front. Cook holding on to spot number 3. Out of turn number 3 and 4 for the final time. Checkered flag in the air. It is Chris Malbuff, followed by his nephew Brayton. Camden Cook rides 3rd, finishes 3rd, that is. Cody Draper, your final qualifier, in the 4th position. Brody Beckwith will settle for 5th, and 6th will be the 77 of Kyle Wirtz. We'll get Chris Malbuff down front here for our heat race photos. Make sure you get your 50-50 tickets. The crowd looks very strong, or someone's going to go home with a nice jackpot to take home here on Christmas in July, maybe a little extra Christmas money.
I thought maybe Santa Claus would show up, and instead we get the Grinch. And where did he go? He's been causing a little trouble over there in the pit area, I'm told, but he was over here on this side earlier, and we've moved up a color now in the 50-50 tickets. That means the jackpot is higher. Winner share now over $300. And this is pretty early in the night to be up that high, so get your tickets now. $1 each or 10 for $5, says Chris Malbuff, the master winner of the Crispin Fuel Service INEX Legends class. He was trading a lot of paint out there with the 14 of Camden Cook. And a couple of times Cook ran up onto that inside concrete berm, and how you do that in these Legends and keep the car going forward, you got to be a pretty good driver to do that. Those things are a boatload to handle. And some pretty intense racing in our Crispin Fuel Service INEX Legends class tonight. Well, here come our other 8-cylinder class. This is our final heat race of the night before intermission time, and on the pole, he is a former feature winner here from just a few weeks ago. Got his first one in the TJ Toyota number 3. That is James Kaya. Kaya driving the number 3. Also a feature winner on the outside of him in the number 28 is Chuck Meyer. Chuck Meyer on the outside of row number 1. Tyler Papin has won a couple features here. He is on the inside of row number 2, the Redwood Rebel, in the number 50. And on the outside of him in the number 57, that is Riley Gill. Riley has probably won more late model features here than anybody else in the class, and he is always in the mix. We've got the 721 of Taylor Caprera, first time here at the track for the car. Taylor has won multiple races here in the modified class. He is here in the number 721 tonight. Scheduled to go on the outside of row number 3 is Randy Brunel. That car seemed a little off during warm-ups. They may be working on it. We do not see Brunel out there in the 007. 3 cars will qualify, and normally that doesn't mean a whole lot in this class, but we got a couple extra in there tonight, so you want to finish in the top 3. They are all super competitive and very equal in speed. Some of the best racing of the night, even though this is one of the smallest classes here. Sometimes there's a lot of side-by-side stuff that goes on in the excess storage pro late models. So Chuck Meyer will move up to the outside of James Kaya. Then you've got Tyler Papin and Riley Gill in row 2. And for his first time here this year, Taylor Caprera says, I know my way around this racetrack just as good as you guys. I won the John Burr Classic here last fall. You just watch me in that 721. The initial start for that one. This is 8 laps around, and they will go by quickly. Kaya and Meyer waiting for the cones, and there it is. The green flag flies, and James Kaya gets a little loose at the start. That enables Chuck Meyer to kind of stay with him, and now Meyer gets loose going through 1 and 2. And Riley Gill jumps on the outside lane in the 57. Him and Tyler Papin are side by side, and they're trading a little bit of a bumpers out there. There's some fender bending going on as Papin gets moved back to 4th. Taylor Caprera in trouble at the front for Kaya. Now he picks up the speed again, but he missed a mark coming out of turn 2. Something happened to the number 3, the number 50. Papin is out of control. These cars are all over this track tonight in this first heat race. Meyer trying to catch the lead now from Kaya going into turn number 3, and Kaya goes around, catches. Oh boy, got into the back of Riley Gill right on the driver's side door. Kaya just getting a little bit hot through 3 and 4. He had Chuck Meyer right to his outside. Kaya went around. He caught Meyer on the back fender, and then the car drifted up the track, and that's when Riley Gill caught it. Not a good sign for the 57. They're going to have to work on the body of that car for sure. We got something getting dragged around on the number 50. We've seen the 50 of Tyler Papin having some issues out there with handling, and now we think that something might be getting dragged underneath that car. They are sending that car to the pits. You can see the front end of the 50s kind of mashed in a bit. Riley Gill was just waiting in the car, and so the safety crew, when they got out there, they ran over there in a hurry to make sure he was all right. He is apparently okay. He's talking to him, probably giving some direction. What does this thing look like? Can I even get a tow to the pits? Riley does not come out for hot laps traditionally. He knows his way around this track. He is a multi-time feature winner. In fact, I believe he won the last late model feature race here, and the car is moving on its own, so that's a good sign. It wasn't a hard hit over there, but it was at a spot where you never want to see a hit, and that was right on the driver's side. And these cars do have a left side weight, and the driver tends to sit over on the left side, so that's the last place you want to see any kind of collision. Fortunately, Riley is okay and taking the 57 into the pits, so we are down to 2 cars after feeling pretty good about getting a 5 or 6 car field. Kind of a strange development here, so we'll wait and see if the 50 can come out. Not sure what happened to Kaya. He had something dragging off of that car. We may have to finish this one with 2 cars. And that would be the 28 of Chuck Meyer. And Taylor Caprera, who is probably saying, I told you guys to watch out for me. I know how to stay out of trouble out here. And if he comes up with a second place finish or even a win here, now we get Kaya coming back. So now we're up to 3. And all 3 of these will qualify if they can stay out. So we're going to try it again. 6 more laps to go in the last heat of the night. Caprera kind of sneaking ahead a little bit on Meyer. Caprera actually had a little bit of an advantage. It's normally the pole-sitting car that has to fire first over there in between the cones. Chuck Meyer has still not given up that starting spot in the number 1 position to the 721 of Taylor Caprera. Caprera looks like he had a little bit more horsepower down the front stretch, but can't quite take it through the turns tight enough, and Chuck Meyer continues to look down to the low side of Taylor Caprera. Meyer in the 28, Caprera in the 721. Caprera now building just a smallest of cushions over the number 28, and now Tyler Papin rejoins the field in the number 50. Right now it is between Meyer and Caprera. Caprera is fast down the straightaways. Meyer is faster through the turns. And if Taylor Caprera has any kind of wobble through these turns, Chuck Meyer is going to be there to take it away. 2 laps to go now in heat number 1. Chuck Meyer, a very experienced driver out here. He's won a number of races in that number 28. He knows what it takes to get around him. He's got 1.5 laps to do it. White flag will come out this time for heat number 1 in the Excess Storage Pro Late Models. It is Taylor Caprera at the front of the field. Chuck Meyer has one last gasp here going into turns number 3 and 4. It will be Taylor Caprera coming out of turn 4. He will take the win. Meyer finishes in second. James Kaya takes home that third and final qualifying spot in the number 3. And Tyler Papin finishing 4th in the number 50. So Taylor Caprera, first time out in the car, first time back here at the track, and he will get the winner's photo after the Excess Storage Pro Late Model Heat. Taylor Caprera, a name very familiar to us here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. Taylor competing in the dirt on Friday nights at Can-Am Motorsports Park. A strong competitor there. He's won just about everywhere he goes. And now he is a winner here in 2023. We'll see what happens in the feature and if these other cars can get back out. If Riley Gill can get fixed, doesn't matter where he starts, he'll be in the mix. And then we're looking to see if the other cars can come out as well. Well, that concludes our heat racing for the night. We've got a whole bunch of giveaways to come up, as my colleague Jay Schimmel says. A bunch of prizes for the kids tonight. We've got some entertainment coming up from the Indian River Marching Band, and I don't know where the Grinch went. He was here. He seemed a little bit annoyed about something. I don't know what it was.
We got a car coming on the track here very soon. Should be preceding the band. They may do it right now. Just so you know, a little Grinch thing.
Understand that the band is going to come right down front here, and it sounds like they might play a few Christmas songs for us, I believe, as we celebrate Christmas in July and August here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. I'm guessing we have a lot of first-timers here this evening. If you're looking for another time to come back and visit this racetrack, we are open every Saturday night throughout the rest of the month of August. Starting time is 6:30 p.m. for race time. We start warm-ups around 5:30 for the cars. Gates open at 5 o'clock. If you want to go into the pit area, those gates open earlier. You can get up right next to the cars, talk to the drivers. It's always entertaining to talk to them. They will even let you sit in the car if you want to. They do charge a little bit extra for those, $35 for a pit entrance ticket, but boy, do you learn a lot walking up and down pit lane. And you got some good bleachers right over there that are brand new this year, just off of turn number 1 in the pit lane area. Jay Schimmel on his way down with the mic, as he will be down there perhaps to give away a few prizes. We got the Indian River Marching Band taking to the track. I think this is a great idea to have a band play a halftime show here at a racetrack. I'm surprised some other tracks haven't thought of that. It's great to see these folks out here tonight. Indian River School, a fine school system just up the road, up Route 11 here, just short of Philadelphia, New York. They have put on some exquisite drama productions and have fielded some tremendous athletic teams. And now we're going to get to hear how the band program is here at Evans Mills Raceway Park tonight.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you're walking around the Midway, don't be afraid to stop by the Indian River tent. They're having a bake sale that supports the marching band. So the Indian River bake sale supports the marching band out here on the track. Thank you.
gentlemen, that's the Indian River Marching Band, and we are certainly happy to have them here this evening. Band director Ashley Trudell, conducted by Hunter Dockstader. Ashley, a former employee here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. The fine folks at Indian River putting on that halftime show for us here tonight. A very competitive school here in the North Country, both academically and on the athletic field. Basketball, football, baseball, swimming, whatever the sport. Pretty good chance that one of the teams at the top of the standings is going to be from Indian River. And if you've never seen any drama productions that are put on up there, they just do an amazing job with that. And I am sure they have a very high academic standard as well. Certainly glad to have the folks from Indian River School here with us here tonight. And the marching band, glad to have all you folks here tonight. We've got a little bit larger crowd than normal. Coming back after a 2-week break from the Monster Truck Show, got an awful lot of cars out there in the parking lot. And as we were saying earlier, for the remainder of the month, we will be presenting racing every Saturday night here at Evans Mills Raceway Park, starting at 6:30. When we get to the month of September, it starts to get special. On Labor Day weekend, on the first Saturday, that'd be September the 2nd, we have a special night. It is championship night, where we will be awarding our points champions on that night. We will then take a break for the next weekend and come back with the grand finale. A 2-day race weekend, September 15 and 16, the John Burr Classic. The 5 divisions of cars that you see racing out here tonight will be joined by the open wheel, open cockpit cars from the Oswego Speedway, the small block super modifieds, and the wing super modifieds from the International Super Modified Association and the Midwest Super Modified Series. They have merged this year, and they will be awarding their points champion on Saturday night, September 16, right here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. The first time that the powerful Super Modifieds, 470 cubic inch motors, almost 800 horsepower, with wings on the top, will be competing in a 75-lap race here on the 3/8 mile. They have never raced here before. At least in a competitive situation, that is going to be something to see. Hope to see you back. And we got a car on the track now. That's the 17 of Mike Greenfield. We are not quite ready to start this feature yet. I'm not sure what he's doing out there. Might need to tell him to bring it in a little bit. We do have the Thunderstocks and the Sport Compacts lined up. That's a weird looking helmet Mike's got on. Not sure who that is in there. Get the Greenfield. Well, there's Mike down there. What are you doing, Mike? Who's in your car? That is not Mike Greenfield driving that car. Who is that in the number 17? Oh, we got some work to do on the track here. Mike Greenfield wants his car back. That is a competitive car. I don't see any dog pulling it. I don't see any gifts in it either. I'm not too sure about this. So somebody has stolen Mike Greenfield's car and is out onto the track. Well, we're going to see what we can do about this. I'll tell you one thing, Mike can drive that number 17 a whole lot faster than that Grinch is driving right now, I'll tell you that. Let's hope the Grinch doesn't decide he's going to make that car go fast. I don't know what we're going to do about this. Black flag is out. We were telling you what the black flag is earlier. That means go to the pit area now. It's the consultation. And I'll tell you what, Brad Berry, he's a Border Patrol agent. He's not afraid of no Grinch. He'll get this taken care of in a hurry. Mike Greenfield wants his car back. Well, this could go on for just a little while, folks. I hope it doesn't, but something's going on down there. He is going a little bit faster now. Well, he's a mean one, all right. We'll say that. Stink, stank, and stunk. He's showing all 3 of them out there. Here comes the Grinch out of turn 4.
Mr. Grinch.
Black flag is flying again. have no idea if the Grinch knows what that means. Yeah, I think that's the one way to deal with this. Manhandling the Grinch. Mike Greenfield showing a little muscle, Brad Berry. And the Grinch is going to come up with the rest of us, it looks like. This is where he belongs, I think. I'm not sure if we want him with us or not, but better here than on the racetrack. Mike Greenfield's got his car back. And he will take it to pit road and get ready to race. And I don't know what we're going to do with that Grinch down there. He may need to take some further corrective action. Well, you never know what's going to happen. Christmas in July and August here at Evans Mills Raceway Park.
Well, boys and girls, we've got some bikes to give away. Who wants a bike? Get out your tickets that you got when you came in. But before we give away the bikes, we've got to say thank you to all the race teams who donated bikes and the gifts for later on. Cascanet Ford, James Kaya Racing, Craig Harrah, Caden Rogers, Billy Madsen, Sherwood Racing, Works Racing, Andre Rogie, Timmy Greenfield, Kevin Greenfield, Jack Simmons, Randy Brunel, Mel Buff Racing, Rick Brunel, Corey Trombley, Winters Racing, Joe Pavin, Tyler Pavin, Coachman Racing, Ben Nelly Racing, Kerry Carr Racing, Hall Racing, we've got a few more for you, Kyle Hart, and Sharkey Racing. How about we give all of those race teams a round of applause for donation of the bikes and some gifts for later on. So now, if you have a bike ticket, pull that on out. I'm only going to read the last three numbers, because all of them start with 943. All right? So here we go. 098, 016, 126, 050, 136, 032, 052, 164, 166, 161, 046, 013, 019, 022, 100, 100, 080, 103, 111, 060, 027, 063, 021, and 040. And I can tell you with 100% accuracy, the Grinch did not get a bike. We'll read those off again. I'll go a little quicker in case you missed it. The last three numbers on your ticket. 098, 016, 126, 050. I'll start back again. Again, 098, 016, 126, 050, 136, 032, 166, 019, 022, 100, 080, 103, 111, 060, 027, 063, 021, 040. I think if this announcing thing doesn't work out, Keith, I can either be a bingo caller or the lottery guy that yells out the numbers.
Well, you still didn't call my number. I didn't win a single bike out of that, and I was hoping for one of those three-wheel specials because I could ride those. But it's not to be tonight. I guess I'm going to have to go for the 50-50, and we're still selling 50-50 tickets. Now's a good time to get one. There. but only halfway. Better to have them down there than in the pit area, I'll say that. We are getting ready to go feature racing here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. We do want to wish a here from a distance. He is in the racing crowd here tonight. We've got 15 drivers that are lined up. It will be 20 laps in length. That will be followed by the 35-lap modified feature, the 20-lap Chrisman Field Service INEX Legend feature, and then 15 laps for the Excess Storage Pro Late models. And that will be our racing program here for this evening. We're certainly glad for the folks from Castanet Ford that are sponsoring this show here tonight. They have an incredible inventory just north of Carthage coming up Route 26. Drive by there. They've got a brand new building on the property, a phenomenal service area, and a business that keeps expanding more and more every year. The last car, we were talking about the John Burr Classic coming up in September. The last vehicle that John Burr purchased was from Castanet Ford, and he could not say enough good about the service they gave him. In fact, I dropped John off. I drove his car up there, dropped him off to get his new car, and drove his old car home. Managed to keep it in one piece. And if John were here, he'd tell you, go to Castanet Ford and just see what they can do for you. You will be impressed. And if you tell him you're from Evans Mills Raceway Park, that will only add to the goodwill. Speaking of super modifieds, that will be here in about 6 weeks. Congratulations to Jeff Abel, who won the high miler race at the Sandusky Speedway in Sandusky, Ohio. And the importance of that is Jeff is one of only 6 drivers that have now won what we call the Triple Crown, the race at Sandusky, the Classic at Star Speedway, and the Classic at the Oswego Speedway. The only other drivers to do that, Doug Hebron, Bentley Warren, Joe Gosek, Mike Ordway, and Dave Shulett. That is an honor roll of super modified drivers. And that may be it for a while, because the Star Classic, the weekend that they ran the Star Classic, that is the weekend that we have the race here at Evans Mills. They did not renew their contract with the International Super Modified Association. And at that point, General Manager Nick Zero got serious and said, we want the Super Modifieds here at Evans Mills, and they are coming. Saturday, September 16th, will be a 75-lap race for the Supers, 75 for the Modifieds, the same ones that you're going to see here tonight, and 35 for the small block Supers. That'll be an incredible open wheel night of racing. On Friday night, it's a 2-night weekend. The other classes that race here, and you'll be seeing all of these tonight, the Excess Storage Pro Late models, Chrisman Fuel Service INEX Legends, the Thunderstocks, and the Sport Compacts will all be running their feature races on Friday night. The Castanet Ford Modifieds will be running their heat races on Friday night to get set up for the big 75-lap feature. And if there's any super modifieds or small blocks that want to practice, they will be able to do that on Friday night the 15th. And then on Saturday, the supers and the small blocks will run their heats and the feature. The modifieds will run their feature. And just like that, the season will be over. But what a season it has been, and what a grand finale it is going to be. John Burr Classic Weekend, September 15 and 16, right here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. Always some extra things that night, as we often have a program that's available. Got a special display down there, and I know a lot of John's family will be here. His son and daughter often show up for that night. They just are very appreciative of what the track does for John. John was actually around when this track was first built by the Ziegler family back in 1967. And there's quite a story behind how John even got his first announcing gig here at Evans Mills. And he has remained friends with the Zieglers all these years, and a big loss when we lost John here a couple years ago. But we sure know how to have fun with his name here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. It's my understanding that the winner of the modified race tonight is going to be presented with a guitar, and when that happens, we will talk to the person who is presenting that Also want to thank Trophies of Northern New York for supplying all of our trophies here this year. That would be the Stevenson family. And yes, those are the ones that race up at Can-Am every Friday night in the Fox 28 car. And if you're enjoying the races here and you would like to talk to some of these drivers, or if you have a young one along and you'd like to sit them in one of the cars to see how they look, at the end of the night, we open up the pit area and all fans can go into the pits that want to. We do need you to be a little careful because there will be vehicles that are leaving with the race cars in tow. But you are welcome to go into the pit area, talk to your drivers, get an autograph, get a picture. Just a number of things that you can do over there, and it's you learn quite a bit in the pits here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. You'd be surprised how friendly and how accommodating these drivers will be, especially toward the kids here in the grandstand. We have a family autograph night coming up next Saturday. This is usually where we get the drivers and the crews down onto the racetrack, open up the gates, and you can go down and talk to the drivers on the track and get your picture taken with them. You can talk to any of them. That'll be happening next Saturday, August 12th, here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. Also, the 50-50 ticket seller is coming your way. It is white tickets for sale now. That means we are up another tier on the money giveaway for the night. The jackpot keeps growing. Now's a good time to get them before the feature races start. She's making her way right down the grandstand here in front. 2 weeks from tonight, we will have a first responders night. We always honor the people that are the first responders here. And again, as we have stated before, certainly thankful for the Evans Mills Fire Crew and the ambulance team that is here every Saturday night. And they're here for everybody, not just for something that happens on the racetrack, but if anything happens here in the crowd, they will be there for you. So far, it's been a quiet night for them, and we hope it stays that way.
Just a quick announcement for all the kiddies that won the blanks.
We kindly ask that you don't ride them down the front stretch or in the midway. If you'd like to take them to your car, you're more than welcome to. We'll stamp your hand, and you can get back into the races. We just ask that you kindly not ride your new bike. Save those miles for your home track.
Understand I jumped it up a week on the guitar giveaway. That will be next Saturday night. Next Saturday, a guitar will be given to the winner of the modified race. We'll have a little bit more time to talk to some folks next Saturday with it being autograph night. Always a fun night to get your families here on the track, get down onto the track, see what it looks like down there. See if you think that's a track you could drive on. We've got quite an age range of drivers. I am guessing that Tony Pettinelli is one of the oldest. Now, I'm not going to say he's the oldest. Let's just say he's experienced. He's been around a long time. And operating out of the Richie Evans Garage, the former Richie Evans Garage out of Rome, New York, puts a competitive race car on the track each and every Saturday night. And he's got just as much energy for racing as he's ever had. And then on the younger side, most of these younger ones would be in the Legends class. Jaden Hall, Kerry Carr, very young. There are others. Camden Cook's not too old either. You get to the modifieds, you got a young guy like Caden Rogers who has been very fast out there. And I shouldn't have started talking about some of these folks because I'm going to miss a whole bunch. Braden Malbuff, also quite young. But all of those drivers showing a lot of talent and a lot of speed. And they could be around for quite a while here as they move up through the classes, or they might find fame and fortune somewhere else. Who knows? But a great place to get started racing with a great family running the track now. Just numerous improvements each and every year. Every year has gotten better than the year before it. There are numerous new ideas for the future that will be happening, and I'm just thrilled that we can be a part of it and thrilled that you can also be a part of it here tonight at the racetrack.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls especially, Santa Claus just stopped, dropped off a load of presents for you. So if you have a ticket, pull your tickets out. We've got some Christmas presents to give away. I'm going to do the same thing. They all start with 943. I will read off the last three numbers. These are for Christmas presents. You can go right down at the ticket booth and claim your prizes. Here we go. And I already know that Keith and I did not win any, unfortunately. Here we go. 183, 165, 157, 044, 185, 122, 131, 168, 172, 121, 112, 071, 034, 017, 110, 108, 154, 051, 049, 091, 062, 105, 128, 159, 118. We're only about a third of the way. Lots more to go. 039, 078, 123, 104, 162, 043, 077, 155, 006, 158, 067, 084, 073, 094, 035, 093, 139, 143, 156. I feel like I should have some Jeopardy music playing or something. 003, 023, 010, 173, 152, 081, 151, 042, 012, 181, 171, 163, 174. Last group. Here we go. 085, 150, 115, 038, 097, 176, 087, 118, 047, 182, 045, 053, 179, 058, 014, 029, 169, 064, 160, 180, 153, 031, 025, 002, and the last one, 068. Come on down to the ticket area. You've got some presents from Santa. The Grinch is not there. At least I don't think he is. Stealing any presents from you good boys and girls.
Well, thank you, Jay. Boy, that is a lot of gifts. Now, I missed some of those. Could you read that list again? You get the prize for the longest sermon of the night. A whole bunch of prizes to be given away back there, and hopefully one of those tickets belong to you, and I see a whole bunch of kids headed out there right now to see what they got. Good luck and congratulations. One more drawing to go here yet tonight. That'll be the 50-50 drawing. Those tickets are still being sold as the jackpot continues to grow. Generally, it is after the modified feature that we do that, which is the second feature of the night. We expect that's when it will be. It won't be any earlier than that. Brad Berry down inspecting the track now, taking a look at a few things, and when he takes his place up at the starter stand, we will be ready to go with the 20-lap Thunderstock and Sport Compact feature. The way this works, we start the Thunderstocks at the front of the field. So the first 9 cars that we read off will be Thunderstock cars. The next 6 cars then will be Sport Compact cars. So we will have 2 feature winners after this race. We'll be interviewing them both down there in Victory Lane. The intrigue of the night is to see if any of the Sport Compacts can catch up and pass all of the Thunderstocks which start in front of them. So there's going to be a whole bunch of passing going on this track tonight, and it's almost going to be impossible to catch all of it. You're not even going to know where to look. Just a lot of action that's going to happen in this first feature of the night. In the past, the Sport Compacts have always been the first one across the finish line, followed by a Thunderstock, but with Kevin Greenfield being as strong as he has been in the number 11, he often is the first car in the entire group. So we'll see if that happens tonight over 20 laps. As I hear some race cars firing up over there.
Loud or not loud enough? No, it's just a loud thing your volume. It's a little overwhelming when you're right down the front of the flag stand. It's just pretty hard hitting.
Well, here comes the starting lineup for the Thunderstock Sport Compact feature. Ryan Wirtz is on the pole in the number 66. That's where he wants to be. On the outside of him, it'll be Kevin Greenfield driving the number 11. Inside of row 3, Mike Greenfield's got his car back. We think that's Mike Greenfield in the car. Pretty sure it is. In the number 17, he'll be on the inside of row 2. And Eric Fuller, in his first visit to the racetrack tonight, has showed a lot of muscle. He'll be on the outside of row number 2. Jared Gilson in the number 22. He will be starting on the inside of row 3. On the outside of him is Mike Marcinko in the M1. Inside of row 4 in the 73T, that is Tim Greenfield. And Justin Burns out of Lafargeville in the 11J on the outside of row 4. David Page will be the last Thunderstock in the field. He'll be on the inside of row 5 in the number 20. Coming in now with the Sport Compacts, Sam Kersey, technically on the pole position. On the outside of row number 5, Justin Coachman, the winner here 3 weeks ago, on the inside of row number 6. Amanda Defoe showing a lot of strength in that number 61. She'll be on the outside of row 6. Then it's Billy Madison in the 00 inside of row 7. Bridget DeMarce in the number 10. And Chuck Pavelchuk bringing up the rear of the field. If he comes out, we have not seen him back out ever since that incident in hot laps. So something must have happened to that car that has disabled it for the night. Chuck Pavelchuk, unfortunately a spectator here tonight on Christmas in July and August, and it's certainly not Christmas in July for him. White flag is out. Our first feature of the night will take off from turn number 4 next time around. Kevin Greenfield and Ryan Wirtz. Wirtz in the 66, Greenfield in the 11. He will the first of the Sport Compact group then will be Justin Coachman in the P1 and Sam Kersey in the 17, and they are way back there in row number 5. Brad Berry giving him a look, and we are feature racing here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. Ryan Wirtz with a great start in the 66. Kevin Greenfield to the outside right away. Mike Greenfield pushing up the track a little bit, and Eric Fuller kind of ran out of room there. And it's a 2x2 battle going into the turn, and Kevin Greenfield doesn't waste any time getting to the front of the pack. It is Greenfield taking the lead here on lap number 1 in the 20-lap feature. And already in the back of the field, the Sport Compacts are starting to stack up as they are trying to find a way around David Page in the 20 and Mike Marcinko. They're 3 wide back there. Justin Burns caught on the outside. And a whole bunch of racing going on all over the track right now, and it's Justin Coachman who prevails. Coachman takes the lead spot in the P1. He is the first in the Sport Compact class, as he is now going around the Thunderstocks of David Page and Jared Gilson. Up front, Kevin Greenfield is waving goodbye to the rest of the field. A long way ahead of Mike Greenfield in second, Ryan Wirtz and Eric Fuller make contact on the back stretch, and they are both slowing down, and a whole gaggle of cars coming up in a hurry. And on the infield, it is Ryan Wirtz in the 66. Everybody gets by, and the yellow comes out. Yellow flag. Ryan Wirtz is taking it to the pit area as he and Eric Fuller made contact on the back stretch. Fuller appears to be okay out there. So Justin Coachman in the Sport Compact class has moved up to 4th on the track. Looks like the 61 of Amanda Defoe, Sam Kersey. Sam Kersey might be the second place running Sport Compact car. Amanda Defoe running 3rd in the 61. Up front, Kevin Greenfield. Nobody has anything for him yet in the number 11. Mike Greenfield in 2nd. And Eric Fuller in the 27. Those are your first 3 running cars in the Thunderstock class. Then you've got the Sport Compact of Justin Coachman in the P1. And it'll be interesting to see if Coachman can get around everybody and perhaps pass Kevin Greenfield. Makes no difference for the money he might win. But there's something gratifying about being the first car across the checkered flag line, regardless of what class you're in.
Make sure you get your 50-50 tickets. Marley's down front there in her bright orange t-shirt. That means the jackpot's at least $300. I can guarantee it's more than that. We're starting to close in on the window here. We won't be able to purchase any more. 50-50 tickets. Get them now.
We do something here at the Evans Mills Raceway Park called Choose Your Lane, and Brad Berry is onto the track now, and as the drivers come down, they can either choose inside or outside. It is up to them. The inside is usually the fast way around, but the outside gets you closer to the front, and so far they're splitting it up pretty evenly. Sam Kersey stays outside, and that's going to put Amanda Defoe up beside Kersey on the inside line. So an interesting choice by Sam Kersey to stay up high. I think Sam might be thinking that he's got some Thunderstocks there that he wants to pass to get back in competition to try and catch up to Justin Coachman in the P1. Ryan Wirtz in the 66 is back out. He's going to be a couple laps down, I'm afraid. No, he got out before the green came out, so Ryan Wirtz is on the lead lap, but he's at the back of the pack. Green flag will come out next time. We have 17 more to go here in feature number 1 on Christmas in July, August night. The 2 Greenfields have been front and center all season long in this Thunderstock class, and it continues here tonight. Eric Fuller might have something for him. We'll see in the 27. And Justin Coachman in the P1 right away digs in on that outside line. Him and Fuller side by side. Coachman takes over the 3rd place spot on the track. He is the front runner in the Sport Compact class. Sam Kersey's done well on that outside line in the number 17 as he has moved up solidly into that 2nd spot. And Billy Madison is now going around the 61 of Amanda Defoe. Madison makes a little contact with Jared Gilson. And getting pretty racy back there in that 7th and 8th place spot on the track. And Eric Fuller is high up in turn 4. And the yellow comes out again for Fuller. He slowed down and moved to the outside and stopped up there high on the track. Now he's moving again. So something happening to the number 27 of Eric Fuller as he takes it into the pit area. We'll have to start this one again. And that will just move Justin Coachman. And there goes Justin Burns to the pits in the 11J. He has been out of the pits all night long. Something on that car not to his satisfaction. And he has kind of been in the back of the field anyway, so you might as well go in, make a few tweaks, try and get back out before the green flag flies. Grab a little bit of position out there. So Sam Kersey is running in 2nd for the Sport Compact class, running 5th on the field. Amanda Defoe then is the next Sport Compact in the number 61. In the Thunderstocks, it's the 2 Greenfields, Kevin in front, Mike in 2nd. And then David Page running in third in the number 20. So those are your top three in each class. And the choose your lane rule is going into effect now, and we'll see which ones they pick. Kevin Greenfield goes low as expected. Mike will start up high. And now they're pretty much dividing up just the way they were lined up on the track. Every now and then you'll see quite a few drivers choose that inside line, and if a driver has watched 3 or 4 people go down there, he can go to the high side and pick up a good 3 or 4 spots all in one swoop. That did not happen this time. The traction compound that is up there between turns 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, not quite as effective for these 4 cylinders. It seems to have a better grip when the 8-cylinder wider tires are out there. These cars are small enough that if you get up into the traction compound, you're leaving a pretty wide lane on the low side for somebody to get by you. And given the speeds that they run at, it's not that big of an advantage to be at the high side. Well, Eric Fuller comes back out, and he's been fast. We'll see how well he runs there at the back of the field, as this race is going to start up right now. And Mike Greenfield gets by Kevin Greenfield on the start. Kevin will tell you exactly what happened. It looks like he missed a shift. I don't know if that was it or not, but Greenfield has to run down his brother Mike as they come out of turn number 4, and it is going to be Kevin Greenfield, who doesn't waste any time getting the lead back, but he did lose it momentarily. So we've got 2 Thunderstocks up front and 3 Sport Compacts bearing down. Justin Coachman in the number 1 spot, Kersey in 2, and Amanda Defoe running in 3rd right now. A lot of cars running together at the back of the pack as they come down the front straightaway. Madison, Gilson, Tim Greenfield, Eric Fuller trying to make his way through, trying to look for room, and he's going to go to the middle between Marcinko and Greenfield, the number 27 of Eric Fuller, putting on quite a clinic out there on how to run through traffic, and it is still pretty tight. Eric Fuller gets it done. He gets by both Greenfield and Marcinko, and the number 27, and that's for position. That is a Thunderstock racing out there in the number 27. Eric Fuller now going to work on Jared Gilson in the 22. And Billy Madison in the 00, and David Page in the number 20, putting on a battle for 6 and 7 as we are halfway home in this one. Kevin Greenfield is 10 laps away from the finish, and right now nobody, including the Sport Compacts, has anything for Kevin Greenfield. David Page and Billy Madison continue their battle for position. Madison trying to get around on the 00 to the high side of David Page. Hasn't been able to do it. That's the only battle for position on the track right now. David Page on the low side has managed to hang on to it. Madison looks to have a little bit of an advantage down the backstretch, and Billy Madison takes over what is the 3rd place spot now for the Thunderstocks. It is, or for the Sport Compacts rather. He would be the 4th place car. Madison is the 4th place car. Here comes Amanda Defoe. She might have something for Justin Coachman, and that is for the lead in the Sport Compact class. Defoe looking for the number 1 spot. Going down the backstretch right now, it's Coachman, but Amanda Defoe likes that outside line, and she dives into turns 3 and 4. Can't quite make it stick coming out of the turn. Amanda Defoe is gaining slowly every lap. Justin Coachman has competition. Amanda Defoe down the backstretch in the 61. She's got the lead. Amanda Defoe is the leader in the Sport Compact class. Up front it is Kevin Greenfield in first, Mike Greenfield in second, and Kevin Greenfield gets pushed very high. Going through 3 and 4, Mike Greenfield now is going to make a race out of it. A huge gaggle of cars coming out of turn 4, and it is Mike Greenfield to the low side, Kevin Greenfield to the high side. Oh, contact between Greenfield and Marcinko. Greenfield manages to keep it together in the number 11, the 17. trying to catch up, and Marcinko is slow on the backstretch. That's going to bring out the yellow flag. Michael Marcinko stopped back there just prior to the entrance of turn 3. And just when you think it's going to be another ho-hum race, Amanda Defoe catches up to Justin Coachman, takes the lead for the Sport Compact class. Kevin and Mike Greenfield run into lap traffic, and it got pretty interesting from there. Kevin Greenfield pushed way to the outside. He managed to get around, but made heavy contact over there with the M1 of Marcinko. Does not appear to have hurt the Greenfield car, the number 11. And Mike Greenfield in the second place spot, and Mike Greenfield would be happy with some more lap traffic because that's how he caught Kevin. Amanda Defoe has one speed that she likes to run here at Evans Mills Raceway Park, and that is in high gear on the outside lane. She has always run the high side. Occasionally, some drivers would try and stop her by moving up there, to which she just moved down on the inside and get them that way. But that car is set up to pass on the outside here at Evans Mills Raceway Park, and she is a master at that outside lane. That's a big advantage. If you can pass on the outside, not too many drivers are going to try and go up there. And she is currently in the third spot on the track, first spot for the Sport Compacts. Going to have to tow the Marcinko car to the pit area. We are going to do the choose lane again. This is where it might get interesting because depending what Mike Greenfield does, I would think that Amanda Defoe will stay to the inside and Justin Coachman will go to the outside. That put him right beside the leader, the number 61. And they will pick right now. Greenfield goes low, and Mike Greenfield makes the decision for Amanda Defoe a little easier as he goes to the high side. So that will put our first two runners in each class side by side as Kevin and Mike Greenfield will start the next green flag session. Only 4 laps to go now in this one. They are 1 and 2, and Amanda Defoe and Justin Coachman are 1 and 2. A lot of racing can happen in 4 laps. Sam Kersey and Billy Madison would make up spots 3 and 4 for the Sport Compacts, and then you're back to David Page and Eric Fuller for the number 3 and 4 spot in the Thunder Stocks. Kevin Greenfield kind of shooting away a little bit, wanting Mike to catch up to him. Mike kind of caught him on one of these restarts. Kevin said that's not going to happen this time. Justin Coachman gets a strong start in the P1. Did he get enough of a bite to get by Amanda Defoe? Coachman on the outside in the P1, Defoe on the inside in the 61. They are battling neck and neck for the top spot in the Sport Compact class. 3 laps to go this time around. And Justin Coachman trying hard to hang on to the lead. Amanda Defoe makes a little contact down there, and now she's going to have to do it again from the 4th place spot on the track, 2nd place on the field as the 2 lap to go sign comes out. Kevin Greenfield with the lead. Mike Greenfield in 2nd. Amanda Defoe got by him once. Does she have enough to do it again? Time is running out for the number 61. Justin Coachman knows that she got by him. They're going to make that track as wide as they can. White flag is out. The race is for the front between Amanda Defoe and Justin Coachman. And Amanda Defoe takes the lead going into turn number 1 out of 2. It is Amanda Defoe again. In the 61, checkered flag will fly. Kevin Greenfield does it again. And it is Amanda Defoe in the Sport Compact in the number 61. And that is one happy driver down there. The rest of the field for the Thunderstocks. Mike Greenfield in third. Mike Greenfield second. Eric Fuller third. I believe it was Jared Gilson coming across the line in fourth. A good finish for him. For the Sport Compacts, Amanda Defoe is your winner. Second goes to Justin Coachman. Third, Billy Madison driving the 00. Sam Kersey in the 17, and Coachman stops to give a thumbs up for Amanda Defoe. All the way from Kansas City, Missouri, finding victory lane down there in the number 61. Kevin Greenfield from right here in the North Country. We've seen him here before. And Jay Schimmel on the track to get a word with our winners.
I think we're going to have a pretty excited victory lane down here. Amanda Defoe, crowd favorite, one stop of the year, takes home the checkered flag. Kevin Greenfield makes his way back to victory lane. Here you have it, Amanda Defoe. Soak it in. Let's start down here. Ladies first, of course. Congratulations. Well, Amanda, you're one stop of the year. You live out in Missouri. You come down here and you put it on everybody.
I honestly just wanted to win it for my nieces, and I'm so happy that they got to see me race. It's a big experience for them.
Awesome. Talk about the race as you worked your way back up through the field. You had a caution. You got the lead. You lost it. You got it back. How hard are you driving inside this hot rod?
God, it's hot. I'll tell you that. And I pinched myself down on the inside, and because I didn't want him on the inside, and I knew it wasn't great for my car. And he figured out my weakness. He put me down there because I didn't like it, but got back on the outside and got around.
It looked like in hot laps and during heat you had a handful. Did you make some big changes for the feature?
Honestly, we didn't really do anything. We were like, yeah, that'll probably be good enough, you know.
Very good. Who do you got to thank?
Mom and Dad, obviously, and Cascanet Ford, I think, sponsored tonight. All right. And my nieces, all my family that's here tonight. It's a big night.
All right, Amanda Defoe, let her have a big round of applause. We'll come down to Kevin Greenfield. We got kids all over the car. Look at this. Welcome back to Victory Lane. It's been a few weeks. How's this one feel?
This one feels good. I mean, after raining out and ain't racing for a couple of weeks or whatever, we came out and just set our sights to see if this car is back handling. We did some changes the last race, and I just wanted to kind of see if they would work or whatever. So that's why I decided to go to the outside, and, you know, whatever transpired, I stuck, and maybe he didn't, so.
You've been busy the last couple of weeks. Tell everyone what you've been doing the last 3 weeks here.
Oh, man, we've been all over the place. We've been to Georgia racing, SCDRA races. We tried driving up to Bethel last weekend to get a race in. We made about 40 minutes from the track, and they decided to rain out, so we made our 3-hour trek back home and got ready for this week.
Very good. Who do you got to thank?
Well, I got to thank everybody that comes every week. Jock, my old lady, Liza, my aunt. Anytime I need anything, my aunt will always be down to go grab it. Jock, anytime we need to get wrenching or anything done on the car, you know, if I have any questions or, you know, if it's, you know, some of the stuff, I just say, hey, Jock, you mind doing that for me? And he gets it done, and he helps me keep this car running the way it runs every week.
Very good. Kevin Greenfield returns to Victory Lane. We got a special birthday wish. I believe Eli Petzel is in the stands. Eli, come on down. Let's say happy birthday to you. Where's Eli? Is this Eli down here? He comes running down here. Eli, happy birthday. How old are you?
12.
12 years old. What'd you get for your birthday? Anything good?
It's on Monday, so.
Oh, your birthday's on Monday, so no early presents?
No.
What are you asking for? What would you like?
I don't know.
You don't know? So you grew up in a racing family. Dad was a racer back in the day, right?
Yep.
You remember what Dad drove?
Yep. Modified.
Modified? What car number was he?
29.
29 at Can-Am Speedway, right? Well, we got a special thing for you today. You're going to wave the green flag for the Cascanet Ford Modifieds. How's that feel? All right, very good. Happy birthday to Eli.
Well, thank you, Jay. Some real excitement down there in Victory Lane. What a way to start this feature races for our Christmas in July night. Kevin Greenfield, always a classy driver, always has a good word for us, takes especially good care of that car, works on it every week to make sure every part is right. And if you want a lesson in how to prepare a race car, Kevin Greenfield can tell you how to do it. Amanda Defoe, the traveling nurse from Kansas City, makes her first stop here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. And I wonder how many of her patients in the next coming weeks are going to know that she is a winning race car driver up here in the North Country. I'll be glad to tell them she put on one heck of a show for us in that number 61. A great drive for her. Coming out now for 35 laps around in the Cascanet Ford Modifieds. They will line up like this. On the pole, he has never won here in this class, is tonight the night for John Ramsey, driving the number 25 out of Rome, New York. To his outside out of Constableville, Levi Arthur, driving the number 65. Caden Rogers. Caden Rogers, another driver that has not won here yet this year, but he is fast tonight. He's driving the number 49 out of Binghamton on the inside of row 2. Randy Brunel in the 007. He has won here before, but it's been a while. He's on the outside of row number 2. Jeff Pringle has been fast all year. We've got some fast cars up front. Jeff in the number 96 out of Ontario, New York. Tony Pettinelli on the outside of row 3. Tony out of Rome. Andre Rogie on the inside of row 4. Andre out of Casterland in the 03. And on the outside out of Lisbon in the 92, it's Brad Winters. Inside of row 4, it's Craig Harris. This far back. Scott Dinsler will be in the 64. Scott out of DePauville on the outside of row number 5. Inside of row 6, we welcome back Dylan Bancroft in the number 29. Bancroft out of Copenhagen. Joe Papin out of Redwood in the number 3. He's on the outside of row number 6. Steve Sherwood from Binghamton in the number 96 on the inside of row 7. Kevin Warren from DePauville on the outside in number 8. Corey Tremblay in the 006, the inside of row 8, and on the outside, Jeff Sharkey out of Oswego. In the number 66, Eli Petzold on the starter stand, and Jay Schimmel here to call the race.
All right, here we go. Evans Mills, are you ready? Our Cascanet Ford Modifieds are ready to battle for 35 very fast laps. Everyone's got a favorite out there. Pick them now. If you don't, pick your favorite car, because as soon as that Cascanet Ford Bronco ducks off the backstretch, we're going to turn them loose. John Ramsey, Levi Arthur, bring them to the green flag, and it's out. Good job, Eli Petzold down there waving the green flag. Happy birthday on Monday. On the backstretch, it's John Ramsey now, your leader, into turn number 3. They're side by side, front to back, and now John Ramsey pulls ahead. He's going to lead lap number 1. John Ramsey has yet to been to victory lane in the modified. He's super hungry for a win. Could tonight be his night? Jeff Pringle sticks it in there in the back of the 49 of Caden Rogers. Rogers riding second right now. A battle for third between Levi Arthur and Jeff Pringle. Pringle on the inside. He's going to fight back. They're 2 by 2 by 2 from spots 3 through 9. And now Pringle's going to take over that third spot all by himself. Your top 3 cars, John Ramsey, Caden Rogers, and Jeff Pringle. Here comes Craig Harris to the inside. He's up to spot number 5. He is on a mission. Craig Harris already up to spot number 5. He's behind last week's feature winner, the 03 of Andre Rogie. John Ramsey continued to be your pace setter. He's got a whole group of very fast cars behind him. Pringle, Rogie, Rogers, Harris, all hungry for victories. John Ramsey nice and steady out of turn number 4. Jeff Pringle has closed the distance. He's going to start to put some pressure on the back of the veteran driver out of Rome. Here comes Pringle now, gives Ramsey a tap into turn number 3. Ramsey checks up a bit. Now look at Jeff Pringle, takes a look to the inside. Jeff Pringle's going to take over the top spot on lap number 7. And here comes Andre Rogie and Craig Harris. They're going to take over spots 2 and 3. And John Ramsey drops all the way back to 4th. Going to be 5th as soon as Caden Rogers gets by. Ramsey holds tough on the outside, however. Jeff Pringle, your new leader. He's been running up front week after week. Been snake bitten multiple times. This might be his night. Now Ramsey tucks in behind the 49 of Caden Rogers. Single file throughout the whole field, 16 cars deep. Andre Rogie now putting a little pressure on the back of the 96P of Pringle as we watch them do battle coming out of turn number 4. Craig Harris stuck in the tire tracks of the 03 of Rogie. Your top 3 cars now are starting to pull away from the 49 of Caden Rogers. Andre Rogie steps up a lane. Now he's up and outside traction compound. Tries to take a peek around Jeff Pringle. He's going to stay there. Coming out of turn number 4, it's Rogie a lane higher than Pringle. Can't quite make any hay this time by. Craig Harris sitting in a catbird seat, riding 3rd. Now he's going to put some pressure on Rogie. He's going to throw his hat into the mix. Jeff Pringle maintaining his lead. He knows he has company behind him. He's trying to hold him off. We've got 14 laps complete. 21 remain. And Rogie now takes a peek to the outside. Into turn number 3. Your leaders are side by side, Pringle and Rogie. Andre Rogie's going to lead lap number 15 now. Pringle drops back to 2nd. Harris still stuck in 3rd. Rogers riding 4th. John Ramsey in 5th. Now Andre Rogie starts to stretch his legs a little bit. He's out to a 0.3 of a second lead over Pringle. Harris still fighting to get around the 96. Now he takes a look to the outside. He's going to try the high side out of turn number 2 down your backstretch. Keep your eye on Harris. Can't quite make the pass this time. He's going to have a full head of steam down the front stretch. Halfway home this time by. Craig Harris now alongside Pringle in the number 96. Pringle's trying to hold him off on the inside. Harris got those right sides in that traction compound. Lots of grip coming off of turn number 4. And he's going to complete the pass as they exit turn number 2. In fact, he does. Craig Harris up to spot number 2 as he's going to chase down Andre Rogie. He's got 16 laps left and he's behind by about 0.8 of a second. Now 0.6. Harris is one of the fastest cars on the track. Will we have enough time to get Andre Rogie? Lap 21 in the books. Your top 4 cars now pulled away from 5th place runner John Ramsey, who's under attack from the 2NY of Tony Pettinelli. Pettinelli to the inside coming out of turn 4. Loses a little traction. Ramsey takes advantage, but Pettinelli fights right back. This is going to allow the leaders to pull away even further. At the front of the field, Craig Harris staying in the tire tracks of Rogie in the 03. He's cut the lead down to about 0.4 of a second. Going to be completing lap 24 as we close in on 10 to go. Andre Rogie continue put in good lap after good lap. Rogie has picked up a win last time we raced here. He'd love to go back to back. Craig Harris, if he has anything to do, will make different plans. He's got the lead down to 0.3 of a second now with 10 laps remaining. Craig Harris is there knocking on the door. Andre Rogie can see him, he can hear him, he can feel him. Can he hold him off? Oh, we got a car Around on the backstretch. That's the leaders just get through. That looks like the 8 of Kevin Warren. And the caution comes out on lap 26. I believe that is the 8 of Kevin Warren.
I didn't see it. He was running last.
And in fact, it is the 8 of Warren as he went around, entering turn number 3. The last person on this track that wanted to see that caution was the 03 of Andre Rogi. He was under heavy pressure from the number 1, Craig Harris, but now his plans have changed. Rogi has 9 laps to hold off Harris. It's going to be a tough battle. Pringle riding in 3rd and Caden Rogers in 4th. Tony Panelli up to 5th. So 26 laps are complete. We're coming to the choose rule this time. The lineup looks good. Brad Berry's down on the track. Drivers can pick high lane or low lane. I suspect Andre Rogi to go low. In fact, he does. Harris to the high side. And there's our first change. Caden Rogers is going to go back a row and start 5th. That allows Tony Pettinelli to move up to spot 4 on the outside of row 2. "26 laps are in the book, 9 remaining, and your leader, Andre Rogi, looking for a second win in a row. Craig Harris, he's hungry for another win. He's got 2 this year. His last one coming on June the 3rd. Jeff Pringle winless this year. Tony Pettinelli winless. Couple hungry drivers sitting in row number 2. Do they have anything for your leaders, Rogi and Harris? Time will tell. The Cascanet forward pace truck will duck out of harm's way on the backstretch. Rogi and Harris as they get to the restart cones. It's Rogi's job to fire first. The green flag is out and a great start by Harris on the outside. Rogi fights back on the inside. Side by side out of turn number 2. Rogi battling hard on the inside. Here's Tony Pettinelli now throwing his name in the mix. He's up to 3rd. The leader still battling side by side. Harris will have a little momentum out of turn number 2, but Rogi's going to fight back on the bottom side. Coming out of turn 4, it's going to be Harris this time. He's going to clear and take the lead on lap 28. Craig Harris, your new leader. Rogi riding 2nd. Caution is out. John Ramsey goes around in turn number 1. I do believe we scored that last lap. That will remain Craig Harris as your leader. And Ramsey gets away under his own power. 2 cautions here in the last 2 laps. Changes everyone's plans a little bit. Gets them out of their rhythm. As you see, Ramsey comes by. He looks like he's going to stay out. No harm. 7 laps remain. Craig Harris now your leader. Rogi riding 2nd. Pettinelli in 3rd. Jeff Pringle 4th. Caden Rogers 5th. Randy Brunel 6th. That's Dylan Bancroft in 7th in a 29, his first time back. In 8th is Joe Papin in the 3. 9th goes to 65 of Levi Arthur. And running out your top 10 is the number 92 NY of Brad Winters. We get a lineup change there. All these drivers are equipped with a one-way radio. They get communications from our scoring booth. And it helps speed up our lineup process much faster. Our lineup appears to be good. We should be getting the choose rule next time by. And they will, in fact, come to the choose rule this time by. I would expect Craig Harris to go low. but I've been wrong before. He looks like he's itching towards the high side, and he's just throwing a fake. He's going low. No changes in your top 6, top 8, top 10, all remain the same. Harris will start on the inside, Rogie on the outside. I think Rogie might enjoy the outside a little more than where he started last restart. We'll see if he has any luck on the outside in that traction compound. And we're going to stop the 25R of John Ramsey. Looks like he's got a issue with the right rear.
Yeah, the wheel's bent, but it's going to hold. It's just out of whack, but it's up. It's holding there. Okay, thank you.
And looked like he had a bent wheel, but it is holding air. We're going to let him continue. White flag this time by. Next time, 7 laps will be the issue. Your first row has won 3 features this year. Row number 2 has won 0. 2 hungry drivers sitting in 3rd and 4th. Do they have anything for your leaders? With 7 to go, Craig Harris has been one of the fastest cars this feature. Not the fastest, but near the top. Green flag is out. And Harris is going to lead the charge in turn number 1. Rogie on the outside trying to fight back, losing some traction. Here's Tony Pettinelli now on the inside. He's trying to take over spot number 2. Pettinelli dives hard out of the exit. And Pettinelli now is going to clear Rogie, but Rogie fights back for that 2nd position. Craig Harris is allowed to pull away. He's trying to make that card as wide as possible. 5 laps remain. 30 in the books, 5 to go. Tony Pettinelli gets a little loose on the inside of 1 and 2. Keep your eye on that 2 and Y. Into turn number 3 and 4, he lets it drift up. Oh, Andre Rogie hits the binders hard. Caution, lap 31. Looks perhaps maybe the 2 and Y and 03 got connected. And how about some heads-up driving from Andre Rogie? Headed straight on into the wall, head first. Got on the binders hard and barely made contact with that inside retaining wall. We see him pull away, which is a good sign. The tires appear to be up. No major damage to the front end. Maybe some sheet metal. And the toe is knocked out on that. That right front is pointed the wrong direction. So it appears Andre Rogie's night will be over. 31 laps are in the book. 4 remain. Craig Harris, your leader. Tony, the Tiger Pettinelli, riding in 2nd. Tony hasn't been in victory lane since 2019. He's led a bunch of races here in the last few weeks. Has been snake bitten one way or another and hasn't found his way to victory lane. You can be rest assured Tony is as hungry as anybody out there for a victory. Can he make it happen in 4 laps to go? Choose rule this time by. Harris stays low, Pettinelli to the high side. Rogers and Pringle now are going to switch positions in spots 3 and 4.
Is the 03 done, yes or no? Yes, he's done.
Keep your eye at the front of the field. Craig Harris, Tony Pettinelli. 2 veteran race car drivers. 4 laps will be the issue. Caden Rogers riding in 3rd. Jeff Pringle, maybe it's going to be their night. Will they get by the leaders? Here comes John Ramsey back out. Here comes your leaders to 3 and 4. 4 laps remain. Green flag is out. And a great start by Craig Harris. Tony Pettinelli outside. There's Caden Rogers now. He's going to bang his way up to second. Can he get by Tony Pettinelli? Getting shuffled around there. Craig Harris starts to pull away. 32 laps are in the book. Caden Rogers now powers by on the inside of Pettinelli. Can he make it happen here in the last 3 laps? Jeff Pringle says, I'm not done either. He's going to fight up there. 2 laps remain. Contact between Papin and Bancroft. Sends Papin up the track. Collects Tony Pettinelli yet again at the end of the race. Caution is out. Tony Pettinelli, snake bitten yet again. Joe Papin sitting up there on the brim of 2 and exited turn 2, that is. That may have all started back in the field. Dylan Bancroft had a head of steam heading into turn number 1. Just ran out of real estate. Tony Pettinelli, Joe Papin to the back.
Not on my racetrack, dude.
33 laps are in the book. 2 remain. Craig Harris, your leader. Caden Rogers now riding in second. Jeff Pringle riding in third, and Dylan Bancroft, your top 4. 2 laps to go. Craig Harris has withstood 3 restarts as a leader. Can he make it 4? Caden Rogers, the youngster out of Binghamton, New York, in his second season in the Cascanet Ford Modified, still looking for his first feature win. Choose road down front, Harris low. Rogers going to stay low. Jeff Pringle, his fortunes have just changed. He's going to start on the front row. Two laps remain now. Craig Harris, Jeff Pringle on the front row. Caden Rogers riding third. Dylan Bancroft, his first week back after an incident in week number 1. Finally got the car back together, got the parts they needed, and he's right back up front. That car is as good as it was back on May the 5th. Cascanet Ford Bronco is going to duck out of harm's way off the backstretch. Harris and Pringle, here they come through 3 and 4. Bradbury has a green and flag. It's out and waving. Harris leads a charge into turn number 1. Pringle's going to try to fight back on the outside. Down the backstretch, single file, your top 4 cars. Harris riding low. Here comes Pringle, taking a white flag. 1 lap to go. Craig Harris enters turns number 1 on the low side. Jeff Pringle right in his tire tracks. Half a lap to go. Can Jeff Pringle make it happen? Coming out of turn number 4, checker flag in hand. Craig Harris going to take home the feature win. Followed by Jeff Pringle in second. Caden Rogers will finish third. Dylan Bancroft will finish 4th. Levi Arthur recovers to finish 5th. 6th will go to Randy Brunell. 7th to Scott Dinsler. 8th to Corey Trombley. 9th to Kevin Warren. And Jeff Sharkey will round out your top 10 in the 66. Craig Harris picks up his third feature win here on Christmas Miracle Night in August. And if I do remember correctly, Craig Harris won Christmas in July last year. Maybe Craig works for Santa. Who knows? He seems to have it locked in when it comes to Christmas night here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. Here comes Harris down to Victory Lane. We'll go trackside with Keith Sayre for our interview.
Well, thank you, Jay. A lot of great racing down here, and hats off to Dylan Bancroft after that disastrous start, starting deep in the field, working his way to fourth. This guy usually celebrates pretty good in Victory Lane. We'll see what he do when he comes out. It's been a little bit for him. Very fast in warm-ups, but in the heat race, he did not even qualify. So we'll be getting a word with Craig Harris down here. Give him the Santa Claus hat. We mentioned how competitive 16 cars can be on this track, and that's exactly what we saw, just side-by-side racing all the way through. Here he comes, Craig Harris, your winner. Not sure how much energy he's got left after that. That was a hard ride. Craig, you had to start deep in the field. You didn't even get into the qualifying spot in your heat race. What's going through your mind after that heat race?
I mean, nothing can. You just got to stay even-keeled. You know, we came from 15th and 1, so I knew it's plenty possible. You never know how restarts are going to shake out either. I mean, you see it in the stands too. You know, some guys are just, you got to know who to race with, when to race with them. Yeah, we actually had quite a bit of problems in the pits tonight. A few gremlins we had to chase away, so we were busy all night long in there, and you know, we had to refocus ourselves when we got back out on the racetrack, so it's really good to get this one.
How hard is it to stay patient in a 35-lap race like that?
Yeah, I mean, patient, yeah, absolutely. You still got to be patient, but, you know, it's just one of those things. It's a short race. You got to take it when you can get it, and felt like early on there it was all right to follow the 03 through, and then we could work on him a bit. And I know we were really good on the top, so I was waiting for a restart and praying because I knew if we can get to him, then we could get him. But yeah, you know, just same deal, though. Frank Richardson owns the car. You really got to thank Caskinet Ford. They're tonight's sponsor. You know, it's pretty cool to have a headline division like that here that they support. Ron Blair, he's the reason I'm up here at Evans Mills. Years ago, he gave me an opportunity, and now I find myself back here. And thanks to the Gill family, you wouldn't believe it, but you don't see when you have issues the owner of the racetrack over, you know, in your pits. Trying to help you out and missing other heat races. So that was pretty darn cool. So thanks, Lee, for that. But, yeah, you know, everybody here, my parents and my wife, my in-laws, Pat and Annie. I got my nephew and niece here tonight. First time ever at a racetrack, so that's kind of neat. My son, Harlan. So, yeah, and everybody on board. NTC, Trip Fuels, New Vines, Napa, they're huge. You know, and everybody else on board, NCC. But thanks to all the fans for coming out tonight. Hope you had a good time. Please come back.
He likes to come from deep in the field, and he did it tonight. Craig Harris, we're going to draw a 50-50 winner here. Get your 50-50 tickets out. Craig, I got a ticket here. I'd like to see it. We have $783. I've got it right here. I'll put it in my pocket if I get the winning ticket, but I don't even have the right color. It's green. Green ticket, 097544. 097544. See this gal right here? She's got the ticket, she's got the money, and Craig Harris has the winner's trophy down here in Victory Lane.
$700+ will certainly buy lots of Christmas presents. We have a few Christmas presents and gifts down in the midway not claimed yet. I'm going to read the last three numbers again, just a handful. 087-176 119 129 079 179 112 012 178 158 139 165. Got some presents down there that are not claimed yet. Up next, our Christmas Fuel Service iNext Legends. Starting on the pole, for our Chrisman Fuel Service INEX Legends. Driving the Flex High-Rise Concrete Restoration, Last Call Bar and Grill, Meeks Trucking and Plowing, B&T Construction and Masonry, Roof to Rails Home Inspection. From Evans Mills, New York, that's the car number 14 of Camden Cook. Starting in the second position, driving Adela Sealing and Striping, Small Beginnings Daycare, 2K Livestock, to Nicola's Lawn Care out of Evans Mills, that's the 10 of Brayton Malbuff. Starting in row 2, spot number 3, to the inside, driving the Matt Beckstead Construction, Whitmore Farms, Final Measure Contracting, Whitmore Mowing and More out of Evans Mills, New York, the 39D of Devin Thornton. To his outside, driving the 01 from Lafargeville, New York, that is Cody Draper. Row 3 to the inside, finds the 10M, the Della Sealing and Striping, Small Beginnings Daycare, 2K Livestock, Denacola's Lawn Care, Intensity Racing out of Evans Mills, the 10M of Chris Malbuff. To his outside out of Evans Mills, New York, driving to number 33, that is Joel Hall. Starting in the 7th position, driving the Harts Dumpster FX Capera Harley Davidson Watertown Area Boxing Club from Evans Mills, that's a 23H of Kyle Hart. To his outside, the car number 7 out of Ontario, Canada, that is Matt Huff. Starting in the 9th position out of Watertown, New York, that's the car number 84 of Evan Thomas. To his outside, the 12B of Brody Beckwith. Driving the FX Capera CDJR Gamble Spray Foam Snap-on Tools. Car number 12B of Brody Beckwith. 29J of Jaden Hall will start 11th out of Evans Mills, New York. Starting 12th, the 77W of Kyle Works. And starting shotgun in the field, that is the 21C of Kerry Carr. 13 laps, 13 cars, that is. 20 laps will be the distance. And here is Mr. Keith Zare.
Well, thank you, Jay. It's time to go racing tonight for the Chrisman Fuel Service INEX Legends. White flag is out. They will take racing formation 20 laps around. Camden Cook, former feature winner this year a couple times. Brayton Malbuff, you put those two ages together and you might come up with somebody in their 20s. Those are two young guys up there in the front row. Devin Thornton used to be a young driver here. He's a little bit older now, but he is still powerful out there. And the young Cody Draper on the outside of row number 2. The veteran of the field is Chris Malbuff in the 10 and Joel Hall. Both of those guys, they've been around a while. They've turned a lot of laps here. They've got 20 laps to catch that front row as the green flag comes out. Camden Cook right away jumps to the front. Brayton Malbuff and Devin Thornton are side by side in the second spot as they all get through okay. A lot of side by side stuff out there for these first couple laps. The moves they make right now are going to be big ones. Chris Malbuff has moved up into third. He's got Kyle Hart right behind him. Those might be the two strongest runners of the field. And we'll see if they have enough to get to the front. Matt Huff in the number 7 is making a move. He's on the inside of Draper as he makes his way into the top 6. Goes to work on Brayton Malbuff for the 5th spot. Thornton right on the Nerf bar of the number 14 of Camden Cook. He's got Chris Malbuff right behind him. There goes Matt Huff to the inside of Brayton Malbuff. And Matt Hoff looks like he's going to get that spot away from Braden. Hoff has made his way to number 5. The Canadian driver from up near Ottawa showing some muscle out there. And now Chris Malbuff to the outside of Devin Thornton as he puts on a battle for second. Malbuff trying to move forward one stop at a time. We got trouble up in the 4th turn, and that is Brayton Malbuff sitting up here on the outside of turn number 4. Gets the car started again and moves forward. So 4 laps in the books. Camden Cook very strong at the start of the race. And Devin Thornton, and now when they do lane choice, Devin Thornton's got a decision to make, because you don't want Chris Malbuff to your inside on a restart. But if you let him to the outside, that puts him up into row 1. So we'll see what the 39 of Devin Thornton does when the time for lane choice comes. Our starter steps onto the track, and the choose rule will go into effect right now. There are 16 laps left in this one. It's a lot of racing to go. And Devin Thornton indeed stays to the inside, as does Kyle Hart and Matt Hoff, and that'll put Cody Draper to the outside of row number 2 as he picks up 3 spots. Problem is he's got to stay there, and there's a reason Kyle Hart and Matt Hoff wanted to go down low. That is the fastest way around here in the Legends class generally. These are 5/8 scale size cars. Got a very short wheelbase on them. 1250cc Yamaha engines, air cooled, and boy can they whine. The INEX rulebook, the one that we do follow here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. These cars are very popular all up and down the North American continent. There's a lot of cars race in Canada. Matt Hoff comes over the border, races in New Hampshire every now and then, but this is their first oval race of the season, and he is in the number 7 spot on this restart. Camden Cook got a great start on the last one. We'll see what he can do this time. And Chris Malbuff goes to the outside. Devin Thornton might lose that second place spot. He does. Malbuff is now running in second. Cody Draper drops back. Thornton in third. Kyle Hart to fourth. Matt Hoff to fifth. Chris Malbuff goes to work on the number 14 of Camden Cook. The veteran and the youngster up front, they make contact over there. They're side by side, and they continue to go forward. And now Kyle Hart to the inside. We got a caution up here in turn number 1. Yellow flag is out, and it is for the number 21 of Kerry Carr up here just between turns 1 and 2. And now the question is, did the caution fly before Kyle Hart got in trouble over there? That'll be an interesting one for our race director to sort out. So Chris Malbuff making the most of being able to move up into that starting row on the outside and manage to get the lead. We may have to back it up a lap. We'll see how they rule this. And I believe Kyle Hart is going to get his spot back. The caution flew well before he had his spin over there in turns 3 and 4 of the caution. And you see what Kyle Hart thinks of that. They give him his spot back, and he decides he's going to whack somebody. So we'll see how that goes on the restart. It's going to put Camden Cook back to the front. We go back to the way we were, as the yellow flag originally came out for the number 21 car up here between turns 1 and 2, and it was later than that all that happened over there between 3 and 4. So that is how we are going to line them up here on this restart. You've got Camden Cook with his spot back in the front. The old veteran, Chris Malbuff, he used to maintain no less than 6 of these Legends cars. He sold off 4 of them, and he is now working only on his car and his nephew Brayton's car. However, the other cars are still in competition out there, and they're giving him a run for it, as it has been pretty tight racing. The first few weeks of the year, it was all Chris Malbuff, but they've caught up to him now, and we've had some multiple winners here. And Cody Draper is going to get another run toward the front in the 0-1, as he will again go to the outside of row number 2. It did not help him last time. We'll see what happens this time, and Joel Hall in the 33 is right behind him. So you've got some pretty fast cars on that inside line. Brody Beckwith also on the inside line. He's 4th in line in the number 12 on the inside of the track. Brayton Malbuff, after that spin up here in turn 4, has moved to the 4th place spot in the outside line, 8th place on the track. 15 left to go. We're only a quarter of the way through. We got a lot of racing left in this one. And quite a battle ensuing up front between the youngster Camden Cook, Chris Malbuff in the number 10, both from Evans Mills, Devin Thornton from Evans Mills, Kyle Hart in the 23 from Evans Mills. And the green flag is going to fly one more time. Camden Cook gets another good start. Holds on to the lead, going through 1 and 2. Devin Thornton trying to get by Malbuff on the inside. And Thornton manages to get some tire width in there, and that gives him a little bit of a bite coming out of turn number 3. So Devin Thornton is now able to run even with Chris Malbuff on a restart. He's got Kyle Hart right behind him in the 23. Malbuff is caught on the outside, but he's trying to make the most of it out there. Has not given up the spot yet. Malbuff trying to hang on to second, and Chris Malbuff doing a masterful job on that outside line, and he's got that second place spot going down the backstretch. Thornton running third. Kyle Hart fourth in the 23, and then it's Matt Hoff in the number 7. Chris Malbuff will go to work on the number 14 of Camden Cook. When Cook gets up front, he is hard to get around. The number 14 driver, couple of checkered flags for him this year. He's had some trouble the last few weeks out here, has not been able to keep the car clean, but he's going to try hard here tonight. And Matt Hoff is looking to the outside of the number 23 of Kyle Hart. Matt Hoff trying to pass on the outside. Hart got a little loose over there between turns 1 and 2, and that tightens things up for Matt Hoff in the number 7. Working over the 23 of Kyle Hart. Chris Malbuff is now closer to the 14 of Camden Cook. We are halfway home. Malbuff gets pushed to the outside. We got a caution. Jaden Hall over there just outside of turn number 2. Chris Malbuff was just ready to go to work on the number 14 of Camden Cook when the caution came out. And Chris Malbuff slowed down immediately and moved to the high side of the track to avoid any trouble on the low side. And we will refire them now, and Jaden Hall will be moved to the back of the track. Quite a few spins in the past for both the 29 and the 21. These are young drivers. This tends to happen when they first get started. It's just a matter of being patient, both as a driver and as fans watching. Can get a little frustrating to see the spin sometime, but I tell you what, when these guys get it figured out, they're going to be tough. Carrie Ann Carr is already much improved from where she started, and I'm told that she has the racing bug. She'd race here every night if they could. So we will start it again. Camden Cook will probably take the inside lane, as will Malbuff. That's going to put Thornton onto the front row. So once again, everybody's going to the inside on the restarts for the Legends class. So even though you gain positions on the outside, neither Cody Draper nor Joel Hall has been able to make that stick up there. The one guy that looked like he could maybe make a race of it on the outside line was Chris Malbuff. However, on this restart, he has deliberately chosen the low side. And we will get a restart next time around. We will see if Devin Thornton has any luck holding off Malbuff in the number 10. Camden Cook's been getting some good starts. He seems to know exactly when to hammer that accelerator down. It is up to him to be the first car to fire over there between the cones in turn 4. Once he gets into that zone, he can punch it, and he does need to be the first car out. And that often can give an advantage to the guy behind him, and that is Chris Malbuff. So Thornton and Malbuff are side by side in the second spot, and Malbuff wastes no time getting into second. Thornton moves to third, and that puts him in front of the 23 of Kyle Hart. We got Brayton Malbuff getting into the back end of the 01 of Cody Draper. A pretty hard slam up there between turns 3 and 4, and Draper goes around, loses a bumper in the process. Somebody did up there. And Cody Draper is going to have to take his spot at the rear of the field. That was kind of a hard slam up there between 3 and 4. And that will give Camden Cook and Brayton Malbuff another chance to try this again. Looks like a fender that might have come off up there. The fender not as critical as the bumpers on these cars. The INEX rules are very clear. You've got to have a bumper and it has to be fastened properly. Can't just duct tape it on if it happens to get loose. That was not a bumper that came off up there. Brayton Malbuff is going to be moved to the rear of the field for his role in that. So Draper and Malbuff starting up in the back. It will be Cook and Malbuff at the front of the field. Going to have the choose rule one more time. We've seen it happen. If they keep giving up caution flags, the restart may go single file, but we're going to try it double file one more time. These drivers have 11 laps to go to get this one in the books. Camden Cook, Chris Malbuff, and Devin Thornton all have a choice to make. This will benefit the 33 of Joel Hall and the 12 of Brody Beckwith. But again, on successive restarts, we have not seen that outside line being able to hold. The place to be is on the inside. And the inside of the track has been the way to go. So we've got Matt Hoff running in the 5th position on the track, but he is on 7th on the start for this one. Evan Thomas will be right to his outside in the 84. Camden Cook, again, has been flawless on the restarts. He has not missed a shift. He has hit his mark every time, and he is having to do it multiple times as we are into caution flag territory here in this feature race. 9 laps in, 11 to go. Devin Thornton's got a shot here on the outside. Let's see how he handles it. Here comes Camden Cook. And Chris Malbuff did not get a good start. Thornton had an opening, but he didn't take advantage. Malbuff is to the inside in the 10, Thornton to the outside. Then you got Kyle Hart. We're coming up on the halfway point, 10 laps to go. Joel Hall is showing some muscle out there in the 33. We've got Hall, Kyle Hart, Matt Hoff all fighting for a spot. There goes Kyle Hart to the inside of Devin Thornton. And Joel Hall trying to get a little farther forward. Matt Hoff now to the inside of Devin Thornton in the 39. Hoff in the 7. Trying to make those new tires stick. First time on the oval this year for the number 7. And they are trying to get that car to work. They've worked their way up to the number 4 spot. Camden Cook continues to run in front. Malbuff in 2nd. Kyle Hart 3rd. Matt Hoff 4th. Devin Thornton running in 5th. Getting a little crowded at the back of the field. Jaden Hall, Cody Draper, Brayton Malbuff, all kind of in a pack back there as they try and go through 3 and 4. Chris Malbuff is starting to put the pressure on the 14 of Camden Cook. Malbuff to the inside, headed onto the back stretch, and Chris Malbuff is your new leader. Malbuff got a car length on the 14 of Cook, and then it's Kyle Hart and Matt Hoff. 13 laps in the book, 14 laps in the book, as Chris Malbuff is on the lead now, onto the backstretch as they start to string him out a little bit. Single file all the way around. Lap traffic going to be a factor here shortly. As 5 laps to go, Chris Malbuff gets the sign. Malbuff with the lead. Camden Cook running 2nd. Kyle Hart 3rd in the number 23. Coming up fast on Kyle Wirtz in the 77 and Carrie Carr in the 21. She ducks down low as they try and stay out of the way of the lead cars. Yellow flag is out. We've got Jaden Hall in another spin on the backstretch. Just as the leaders caught the back end of lap traffic, the yellow came out. And Chris Malbuff is going to have to face off with Camden Cook in the restart. 4 laps left. On a normal night here, or what we call a normal night at Evans Mills Raceway Park, usually these races are 15 laps in length. The ruling here is that when there are less than 12 cars in the field, the race is 15 laps long. When there are 12 cars or more, the race goes to 20 laps. And we do have more than 12 here tonight. In fact, there's 14 out there right now. 13, rather. We've also seen it happen multiple times that when we lengthen this feature race and go to 20 laps, we tend to get an abundance of caution flags, and we've had that again tonight. Nothing serious has happened out there. We've seen some grinding crashes in this class. We have not seen that tonight. We hope we don't. But we are certainly seeing a few spins and a few slowdowns. And Chris Malbuff and Camden Cook have had to endure multiple restarts here. We'll see if this makes any difference for Matt Hoff in the number 7. He has consistently moved forward from where he started. This will put him up into the first 2 rows, potentially. Cody Draper in the 01 has got trouble on the back. And again, as we said, a loose bumper is a no-no in this INEX class, and he's probably going to have to go to the pit area and get that fastened on properly. Kind of a tough break for Cody Draper out there. Going to have a limited amount of time to get that done. So that leaves 12 on the track. Joel Hall, a former competitor in the Cascanet Ford Modified class, now competing in the INEX Legends class. And he is running in the 6th place spot. That's a competitive car. We've seen that number 33 win here before. It's only a matter of time until Joel Hall gets that 33 figured out, and we might see him back at the front real soon. Choose rule coming up now. Camden Cook's going to stay to the inside. That will put Kyle Hart to the outside of row 1 and Devin Thornton right behind him. Matt Hoff had the opportunity to pull up alongside Camden Cook. Decided to stay on the low side. He's got 2 very fast cars in front of him, so Matt Hoff thinking that if the number 10 and the number 14 get a good jump, he can perhaps follow them all the way through. Kyle Hart wants to get a good start and then tuck it down low as soon as he can. Kyle's won a few races out here. He's been around the block a few times, and he is looking to make a strategic move here as we get into a 4-lap dash for your winner in the Chrisman Fuel Service INEX Legends. It'll be Chris Malbuff this time setting the pace out of the turn. Kyle Hart thought about tucking it down low, and he does. Kyle Hart takes over second from Camden Cook. Devin Thornton is the one stuck on the outside now as Matt Hoff gets underneath in the number 7. It'll be 3 laps to go this time around. Kyle Hart giving Matt Malbuff all that he can handle. And Kyle Hart is not going away. He is staying. Oh, he gets a little bit squirrely coming out of turn number 4. Loses some ground now. Gives Chris Malbuff some breathing room. Matt Hoff and Devin Thornton continue to do a side-by-side battle. We got a spin on the backstretch. It's the number 84 of Evan Thomas, and the yellow flies again. So some pretty good racing on that restart up front. But we have had yellow fever here. Multiple cautions in this race. It has not affected the cars at the front of the pack that much. Most of it is happening mid to late in the pack. And for some of these cars, just to stay on the track and keep going forward, you're going to pick up a pretty good starting spot. I did not see that one happen, but Brayton Malbuff apparently involved, as him and Evan Thomas are getting moved to the rear. Joel Hall also back there. They are sending the 33. Looks like they're sending the 33 back to his initial spot before the yellow flew. And that is behind the 12 of Brody Beckwith. So we're kind of patiently waiting, or not so patiently, if you will, for this one to get in the books. It has been a lot of laps out there for Chris Malbuff and Kyle Hart. Kyle Hart appears to be the driver that can stay with Malbuff, although he missed the mark coming out of turn 2, and we are going to get a single file restart this time with 4 laps to go now. And pretty much the way they started this one is the way they stay as they whistle through turns 1 and 2 and down the backstretch. We'll see if anybody can make a move out of this top 8, top 7. Heading down the front stretch, it is Kyle Hart trying to gain ground on Chris Malbuff up front. You got Camden Cook right there behind him. Brayton Malbuff in the back of the field, and they're getting racy again back there between Kerry Carr, Brayton Malbuff, Evan Thomas, Jaden Hall. 2 laps left to go up front for Chris Malbuff. Malbuff has the lead, trying to open it up a little bit. Kerry and Carr and Evan Thomas got awful close going down the front stretch. They're getting pretty dicey at the back of the field. It is Chris Malbuff up front. White flag is out for the number 10. Kyle Hart right behind him. Then we got a spin over there. It's Devin Thornton this time on the last lap. He's sitting sideways in a precarious spot. They all get around him. Yellow, yellow, yellow one more time. And our lap counter is off. That was on the white flag lap. I am guessing we're going to get a green and a white at the same time and a checker, as we were within 1 lap of completing this one. It was Malbuff up front looking to be in charge. And again, the back of the field, pretty exciting back there, sometimes in a way that puts your heart in your throat. Brayton Malbuff on a charge, picked up 3 laps. In the last 3 laps has picked up 3 positions. And now we are slowing the field down there as they will go to the high side. Going to have to give Devin Thornton a push. I'm guessing we're going to get another single file restart. Been a bit of a long march here. 20 laps for the Crispin Fuel Service INEX Legends. We have seen these cars run green to checker. However, I've never seen that in a 20 lapper here. Most of the times in a 20 lapper, it gets to be a little bit difficult for them. And now there's something else happening, and Devin Thornton's out of the car. Seems to be an issue over there. Been kind of a tough night for Thornton in the number 39. He's been involved in a number of snafus on the track. A number of these cars getting racked up just a little bit. We've got the Excess Storage Pro late models waiting on deck. 5 fast cars. Let's hope we get them all back, as we almost lost half the field in a couple of scuffles in their class. That will be the final race of the night here on Christmas in July and August. Sure glad to have you folks here tonight. We thank you for coming out. This is a racetrack that is on the move upward. Every year since the Gill family purchased it, it has been an improvement in all areas: concessions, restroom areas, the appearance of the track, the pit area for the drivers. There is a new structure going up in the pit area over the new scales that have put in there for the drivers to scale out their car. Tech has been improved, the rules have been tweaked, and we have had some very competitive races all year long. After tonight, we are into the home stretch, 5 more nights of racing, barring any rainouts. There is a rain date for the John Burr Classic, so you don't have to be afraid to buy tickets for that one. The rain date is Sunday, September 18. September 17. I have been getting those dates wrong all year. It is the 3rd weekend in September, Friday and Saturday. Rain date is Sunday. So the big claw that Adrian Flath built for us comes down just to pick up the 39 of Devin Thornton, and the tow truck will just carry it into the pit area. That's a nifty way to get a car off the track, but it's not something the driver wants to see. It means there's a problem down below and it can't be pushed on the track. Devin works hard on that car each and every week. He'll be hard at it again this week. I'm guessing we'll see him back, provided he doesn't have too much wrong under there. He does have a feature win this year, and he will get a ride back on the RTV that's over there. Well, if you folks drive a passenger car that's small enough and you can open the windows, if you get in trouble on the highway, just call Van Tassel Towing, tell them to bring the claw with them and pick your car up and get it out of the way. These cars are deceptive. They look like normal sized cars out there. They are not. They are only 5'8" size, and you'll see it when the driver climbs out. They can open the door to get out. The only class here that has a driver's side door that opens. We are going to a lane choice here for the last, what we thought was the last lap. We'll see how race control calls this. We did see the white flag fly, but depending when we saw it, not sure just how many laps are left. But it's going to be interesting now as, yeah, we do have 1 lap left to go. That puts Camden Cook to the outside of Chris Malbuff as Kyle Hart decided to stay down low. Brody Beckwith moving up into the second row on the outside in the number 12, and Brayton Malbuff all the way from the back of the pack has moved to the outside of row 3. It'll be up to Chris Malbuff to set the speed going into the cone area, and it will be up to him to start this green flag process as they come around fast. Green and the white fly together. Malbuff tries to get the jump on everybody, and we get a yellow, and I don't think that restart looked quite right. They jumped on it pretty early. Kerry Carr getting out of shape here in the 21. So we're going to start this again. White flag is out. 1 more lap to go. And we'll see if on that restart, if anybody learned anything. Chris Malbuff is the lead car, has the option of starting the race. He got on it slightly early. The ruling is to wait till you're between the cones. However, we've got a not so great angle up here, so who knows? He might have timed it just right. We'll see what happens when they come around this time. They are together. Now that looks like a good start from here. Malbuff with the lead. Camden Cook in second. Kyle Hart trying to work his way through there. It's going to get wild here on this last little bit. We got a spin. Evan Thomas and Jaden Hall down there. And they are leaving the green out, and here comes Chris Malbuff. He takes the checkered flag. Second place goes to Kyle Hart in the 23. Third to the number 14 of Camden Cook, and Matt Hoff in his visit down from Stittsville, Ontario, Canada, finishes in the 4th spot. Chris Malbuff wins another one in the Crispin Fuel Service INEX Legends. Gets a lot of support here at Evans Mills. He has kind of built half of this class by himself and continues to show the rest of the field the fast way around. Pulling now into victory lane as everybody else goes by, and Jay Schimmel down on the track. He'll be getting a word with Chris Malbuff, winner of our 20-lap feature race tonight for the Crispin Fuel Service INEX Legends.
Chris Malbuff picks up his 5th win this year in INEX Legends. He's out of the car. Give him a round of applause, Evans Mills. Here comes a bunch of happy friends and family down. Wish congratulations to Chris. Chris puts on a Santa hat. Welcome back to Victory Lane. It's been a little bit. Kind of a marathon out there tonight, wasn't it?
Yeah, I was ready for it to be over. Cautions kept coming out, and I'm glad it ended. Tires were getting hot. They were sliding everywhere.
Do the 5 extra laps make a big difference to you?
Mentally, yeah. I think that's it.
Does the car get upset a little longer run or not?
It depends on how you're abusing your tires. If you're beating the right rear off it, then it gets hot and you can't go.
Who do you got to thank?
I'd like to thank Small Beginnings Daycare, Dellis Sealing and Stripping, John Hoover and all these guys that help me every week, whether it's working on the car, making sure we got what we need. Couldn't do it without them.
You have to name each and every one of those. Ready to go.
Not happy.
Okay, good. Chris Malbuff picks up the victory.
Well, thank you, Jay, and a huge crowd of people down there ready to share in the spoils with the man in the Santa Claus hat, Chris Malbuff. Driver of the number 10. Chris was the winner of the last INEX qualifier that was held here, and I believe that was in 2021, just after the COVID year. It would have been the last official INEX qualifier that we had, and Chris had not won too many races before that. That was a big victory for him that night. And then he came back the next year, that'd be last year, and he started winning on a regular basis, and he has not stopped. He has been the class of the field. And with all that support down there, you can see why. Got a lot of friends and family members ready to help him out. You can hardly see the car. The car's in there somewhere. We do know that Chris and one of his young friends down there holding up the checkered flag. We have one final race of the night to go, and all 5 of our excess storage pro late models are out here in the track. We had hoped we would see Randy Brunel out in the 007, but he has stayed in the pit area. On the pole, looking to start on the top of row 1, it is James Kaya in the number 3. Kaya had a little bit of a problem in the heat race, but he managed to finish in a qualifying spot, and that gives him the pole for the night. Chuck Meyer on the outside, the veteran in the number 28. And if there's a way to get around Kaya, he will figure out how to do it. Taylor Caprera, first time back here in months for the number 721. He's on the inside of row number 2. Tyler Papin on the outside in the number 50 of row 2. He will go off in position number 4. And keep your eyes on Riley Gill. They've got the sheet metal work done on that car. The number 57 has been the class of this field all year long. We'll see if he's got what it takes to get to the front here with 5 cars in the field. Chris Malbuff headed to the pits. We have one more race to go, 15 laps the distance. We've got the track-owned car out there, the number 56 late model. Understand that might be Eli Petzold getting a ride around. Not real sure about that. Lee Gill, normally the driver of that when we have it out here as the 2-seater, giving people rides here on Saturday nights. He has never offered me a ride. Yeah, that looks like Eli in there. Oh, he's loving that. How'd you like to be a passenger in there? Lee Gill giving a thrill to a young man. Well, one guy that they have not let drive that car yet is Jay Schimmel. I know he's itching to, but we'll let him announce it for you.
My application still sits on the desk. Must be hung up in, I don't know what. Excess Stores Pro Late Models, the last feature race of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is a bow and a present for all you race fans that are making your first appearance here at Evans Mills Raceway Park. We hope you enjoyed your time. We do this every Saturday night at 6:30. Come on back. We'll do this all over again next week. Next week is our family autograph night, a fan favorite. You can get down on the track, take pictures with the drivers, get autographs, get your t-shirts and hats signed, get some hero cards. Next Saturday night, family autograph night, a fan favorite. Come on back. We'd love to have you. Our pace truck will duck on off the backstretch. Kaya and Chuck Meyer, your front row. Here they come to the restart cone. The green flag is out. And Chuck Meyer is going to lead the charge. He's going to clear Kaya. He'll be your leader off of turn number 2. Kaya riding second. There's Tyler Papin up on the outside of number 50. Crepera and Gill bringing up the back of the field. Meyer, your lap 1 leader. He's won a feature race already this year. He'd love to take home another victory and a big old fancy present on Christmas in August. Kaya still riding in third. Papin on the outside groove. Riley Gill on the low side, and Taylor Caprera riding back there. Now they're going to make a Kaya sandwich. Not quite. Riley Gill backs out of it. Chuck Meyer has checked out. Tyler Papin, James Kaya, Riley Gill, Taylor Caprera all running side by side. And Chuck Meyer's out to a 1.7 second lead. Looks to be even larger this time by. And in fact it is up to 2.2 seconds. Cars, when they travel side by side, can't drive as fast as their leader. So this is going to allow Chuck Meyer to get a good healthy lead before someone takes a run at him in our closing laps. Taylor Caprera backs out of it wisely. That was going to be 3 wide in turn 1. That usually doesn't work well here. Tyler Papin riding in second. Riley Gill up to third. And Kaya and Caprera are doing battle for spot number 4. Chuck Meyer has his hot rod tuned in. Starting the fastest lap of the race at a 15.4. He's got a 2.5 second, almost 3 second lead now on Tyler Papin. Halfway home this time by, 8 laps in, 7 remain. As Gill now tries to take a peek to the inside of Papin in the 50. Papin slams the door shut. Here they come out of the backstretch. Into turn number 3, Riley Gill right behind the 50 of Papin. Now he's going to take a look to the inside as they head into turn number 1, but backs out of it wisely. Riley Gill now going to take a peek to the inside into turn number 3. Papin on the high side of the racetrack. Riley Gill on the low side, out of turn 4. They almost touch into turn 1, side by side still. Riley Gill and Tyler Papin. Riley now clears for second. And Chuck Meyer has a full straightaway lead on the 57 of Riley Gill. Riley just a touch slower last time by. We complete lap number 12. Only 3 remain. Chuck Meyer's going to have this one in hand if everything holds together for him in the 28. Coming to 2 to go, Chuck Meyer. 2 laps away from a second feature win of the 23 racing season. Riley Gill still riding in second. Papin in third. Crepera up to 4th. Kaya in 5th. White flag in the air. Chuck Meyer. 4 more turns. Meyer through turns 1 and 2 cleanly. Down the backstretch. Half a lap to go. 2 corners. Chuck Meyer. Out of turn number 4, checkers in hand, Chuck Meyer wins his second feature of the season. Riley Gill will finish second. Tyler Papin will finish third, followed by Taylor Caprera and James Kaya in the fifth spot in the car number 3. Ladies and gentlemen, once all cars clear a track, you are more than welcome to enter the pit area. You can meet up with some drivers, talk to them about racing. Maybe you would like to get started. They can certainly help you out, get some pictures, autographs, even sit in the car. But before all that, we're going to go down trackside with our winner, Chuck Meyer and Keith Zare.
Well, how about that, folks? Less than 5 minutes and we're done with a 15-lap feature. That's how fast these late models get around, and when it's a clean race, sure makes a difference on our night. Congratulations to all of our winners tonight, but hats off to these 5 drivers who kept it all green all the way around. Fast cars, hard to handle. They made it work. Lisa, Chloe, Michael on the car. Dynamite Dave Darrow getting a memory shout on the back of this one, as we will wait for Chuck Meyer to climb out. Cascanet Ford, our main sponsor tonight, being very generous with us all year, and such a great business they have up there just north of Carthage. Glad to see them here, and we're proud of them as a sponsor and hope they enjoy being with us. And here comes Chuck Meyer getting out of the car. He drives a whole lot faster than he gets out of the car, I'll tell you that. He's looking at me saying, you try getting out of one of these things after 15 laps. I tell you what, Chuck, you had it all over the rest of the field. We don't see domination like that very often here in this class. What was the difference for you out there?
Well, finally got our head out of our butt, I think. But we put the other car together and we learned a little bit more today. We came over and practiced the one Taylor was driving and put a little bit more work together here today. So it was lots of good stuff happened. Like I say, Lee and Peg, all the fans that showed up, Cascanets, Greg Bellier is here tonight. Hats off to him. Thanks for sponsoring the class. And like I say, all the fans, mom and dad, they're here. I think there's some other people here, some friends of the family. And like I say, Lee, Peg, Riley, Keith, Andre, all of them. There's lots of them. So.
Well, it's good to have a good crowd around you, and Chuck Meyer made the most of it. He is your winner here for the Excess Storage Pro Late Models. Dominating fashion. That car was on a rail tonight in the number 28. By the way, the Keith he mentioned was not me. We're talking our pit steward over there in the pit area. Just clear that up. Folks, it has been great to have you here tonight. Thank you for coming out for Christmas in July and August. Come on back next week as it is autograph night. Jay Schimmel will be here to call the racing for you that night. And going to be another eventful night. We're hoping for some good weather. Be safe driving home, everybody. Take care. On behalf of Lee and Peggy Gill, Nick Zero, and all of us here at Evans Mills Raceway Park, have a great week. We'll see you next Saturday night.